Good morning, everybody. Yo, 16% of the way there. You really want this to go through, don't you? It's all right. You're not the only one. People are still contributing to it. Um, we might be doing Law and Order again, although I only see this game, so I'm hoping I could find some more because I think we had fun trying to solve murders and stuff. Perhaps what? Perhaps what? Thank you, thank you. Perhaps you do. Like I said, it is a challenge, which is good. We always need challenges. Right? We always need to challenge ourselves. Gonna see about Law and Order games. Um, they have a Law and Order Monopoly. That's funny. There's a Pokemon in chat, which I honestly think I do not have.
Yummy.
Think I don't have any balls. So I'm gonna have to get some. That scared the crap out of me. Freaking commercial. I'll trade if I catch it. So you trade them? Why do you trade them? You trade your Pokemons? Oh no no no! I'm just gonna get the balls. Like I don't have any, so I'm gonna get some. I'm gonna purchase some. There we go. No, the one I'm looking forward to is when it comes back is the Pikachu. I've already got the Eevee, which is awesome. So
Yummy.
thank you, thank you. But I think we're gonna play. Well, there goes a ball. Hey, but you got it, so congrats. Let's slide appears. Hey, you got it though. Um, so like I was saying, I'm gonna look into getting more of the Law and Order games because I think they're absolutely like fun. Um, we're gonna see what other crimes we have and what other ones we can solve. It looks like they have. Let's see. Looks like they have a bingo one, which I don't want bingo. There we go. You want a Jolton? My keyboard is like so screwed up. Making a note on the Law and Order games, the ones I want to try to get. Because I know there's games out there that you can get that is that you can put on your wall and stuff for the crime and things. I think there was one out there. It was years ago. I forgot how long ago. That if you solved it, you were supposed to call somebody because it was actually a real crime that they have not solved in years. And so they were trying to get everybody's help to try to solve this one crime. Um, but there's actually boxes out there, and they have like the crime, the evidence, what else, the papers, all kinds of stuff. Hey, Travis, how are you doing? Um, so they just had a box full of stuff, and you put it on your wall, like they do in the police department, and you just like try to figure out what crime it was, who did it, why they did it. Like, that's good. What have you been up to? Yogurt and strawberries. Ooh, those sound good. PUBG. You're a PUBG. We started solving crimes yesterday. So I got my paper here and my pen because we had to do a lot of notes. I did not. I was super busy last night. I will get to it though. I promise. I started playing Law and Order Legacies, and we started solving crimes. We went into the crime scene. We got all the evidence. We went into court. We did all that, like Law and Order. Let me make a note of that right now. That I need to look at that video that you sent me. There we go. You've never seen it? Well, if you feel like sitting here watching us play it and you play along, you're more than welcome to. Chat did help play and go through the scene and say what we should say in court. And what was the results and stuff. There was we had somebody okay, start it up. You don't want to chat? Okay. Hello, hello, potato. Make me jump a little bit. I was watching chat, so yeah, that's what we do. We chat for a bit and then we play Law and Order. It's actually really fun. Have you watched any of the Law and Orders? Like I watch Law and Order SVU and Law and Order Organized Crime. Yeah. Oh, you're okay, honey. Then welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. How are you do? I know you're tired, but how else are you doing? And what games do you play? And what brought you into here for the first time? Yes, it is on Steam, Travis. It is the only game. It's called Law and Order Legacies. I want to say there is. We did 2 crimes yesterday. I want to say they only have like between 5 or 6 of them. So I am also trying to look for other Law and Order games or even other crime games that we can solve, kind of like Law and Order. That's where I'm playing it at. Hold on. Hold on, hold on. Let me get there. Law and Order Legacies is not on there? Oh, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, we don't really do any like politics or anything here. We keep all that out so we can have fun. All right, let me see something. Law and Order. I don't know why it wouldn't be here. But I did get this like long time ago. I'm looking, I'm looking. Wow, yeah. Last time I played it was 2015. Yeah, it's not there. What kind of bullshit is that? That's good. That's good. I don't know. Like I got it years ago. The last time I played it was 2015, like I said, and I only think I played it for just a little bit. Um, yeah, I don't even see it. Wow. I don't even see any more Law and Orders actually. That after this one, if we can play, I don't see any more. So I've been trying to look for some more Law and Order games. Um, that is online. There is actually it's on Amazon. What is this? I don't want the book. It's not what I was looking for. I was looking for games. There's actually looks like CD. Disc one, disc two, disc three. Yeah. So there's actually a Law and Order on it says eBay for Ubisoft games for for like $29. I do not have VR. I cannot do VR. With all the concussions that I ended up having and stuff like that, I can't do VR because it makes me sick to my stomach and really messes with me. No, not yet. You don't have VR? Yeah. My daughter does. She loves playing on her VR. She plays it a lot, but I cannot. Law and Order Complete. Oh, I don't want the complete series. I've already seen them. Um, yeah, so thank you, thank you. Hello, Johnson Gaming. Because CSI is available in VR. Oh, yeah, I can't do that. It will make me too sick. Um, so I'll have to. Thank you, thank you. So I'll have to figure it out. Because I'm pretty sure I could get it on PC too, but VR is just not gonna be for me. I've tried it with like Beat Saber and stuff, and I wish to God I never did. That was like the worst night I had. There's a Pokemon in chat. Yeah, I'll have to look, Travis, because I don't see it on. I don't see the game that I have like anywhere, so I'll have to look and like send it to you because it's a lot of fun. And like I said, chat helps me with it. I also have papers where I was like taking notes yesterday for the case because there's certain things that you have to remember. So that way, when they ask a person, it says, "Do you remember?" Or like, um, if you say yes, they're telling the truth, or no, they're not. Oh, really? You enjoyed playing? Yeah, I want to look those up. You're in a case. Do you have to talk about it? If so, oh, we're talking about the game. I have a Law and Order Legacies game, so it's the cases in the game. So no, I don't have a case personally. We just do crime cases on Law and Order. And we started that yesterday. Um, and congratulations, Kane. Um, so we started that yesterday, and we're going to do some today. We only did like two of them yesterday, but it was fun. So, and Chat and I were talking yesterday, and they said they like the craziness, but they like to have some like downtime too without having too much crazy. So we're coming up with times that we could do. We did clips for horror or funny on Wednesdays, but I think we're going to do that like once a month and think of something else to do on Wednesdays, which is like Dead by Daylight, Lethal Company, Texas, Fortnite, just stuff like that. What game are you doing Friday, by the way? Because it's Crazy Friday. I think we're going to do Lethal with Crowd Control and Dixper. Because like Fridays are supposed to be like really, really crazy. And then and I'm supposed to scream like about 100 times to do a sour warhead. And we have a community reward that if you guys get to 50,000 points, I have to take a spoonful of lemon juice. Okay, for sure. Like I said, anybody that wants to play Lethal Company is more than welcome to. Just let me know and I could give you the mod pack. And we're also looking into things because one of my mods did talk to the Lethal Company and they're looking into some crashes and stuff. Just like Demonologists, I guess they have some crashes too that's going on, so they're looking into that too. Um, and Dixper was having issues with some of the cards, and they're looking into that. So we're in contact with all three of them, looking into some things and figuring out what's going on. Yes, I actually got the apartment. They actually have some new jump scares. As long as I don't go to Bellum, I'm good. As long as I don't go to that one. We will try to get that to work. Like I said, we're talking. Never crack. It was weird. It was Demon and I were playing. I want to say it was last week, like Friday, because it was crazy Friday, and like Lethal Company was crashing, Demonologist was crashing. It was a pain. It was a pain in the ass. So we're just like, you know what, fuck it. I'll just do chatting for the last 30, 40 minutes and then see what the heck's going on. So, but we have, uh, but we have Crazy Fridays where I do Lethal Company because that's when crowd control comes on. And with that, you get 150 coins. And every 30 minutes that you're on my channel, you get 150 more coins, meaning what is going on in Lethal Company, which I have Brutal Company along with some other mods. So it's even crazier. Um, so whatever goes on in that game, along with crowd control, which you can mess with my game, you can mess with my people that are playing the game, and everybody that plays Lethal Company with me knows it's Brutal Company and knows I have crowd control on. Also, I put Dixper crates out there, um, just to give you guys a taste of what's going on with the whole Friday night craziness. Um, and with that, you guys throw cards at me and stuff. I'm the only one that sees it though. To scare me so that way I could get 100 screams. So I have to do a sour warhead, which is not just a sour warhead. They're the extreme sour warheads. By the end of the channel to see how many I have to do. We're also coming up with, and that's what I've been talking to chat and stuff of things to do. Like I said, they said that they like the craziness, but not all the time. So we're gonna have some chill games. We're having some crime games. We'll have some craziness. Hello, Johnson. Thank you, thank you. We'll have some crime games and stuff, along with playing, Demonologist, Dead by Daylight, Texas, um, Fortnite, just whatever that day is going to be. Um, and then every month, once a month, we'll do horror clips, but they need to be stream safe. Depends. It could go anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour. It just depends. Um, so you wanted me to get to the game so you can hang out and help out and watch it. Do we want to just get straight to the game, guys? What influence is going for 30 minutes rather than an hour? We just sit here, chat, hang out. Let's get to the game. You like what? Oh, Law and Order? Oh, hell yeah. The one that I like the best is Law and Order SVU and Organized Crime. Hello. Hello, Rags. Welcome in. Welcome in. I've watched all of them. I'm still watching them. Yes, it is. Yeah, I heard about that. But I'm sure there's other games kind of like this. I don't know why. I think my cats keep fucking with stuff. Is that better? Yeah, that's what I was told. I was told to... Is that any better? At all, or is that just not good at all? Hello, hello? Hold on. Is that any better? I really don't want to peek it too much just in case I do the whole screaming. But is that better? Okay. 100% awesome. I've got, hello, Hyper. I've got you 100% Windows and on Twitch volume. If you have literally any background noise at all, it would hear you. I went, oh, wow. Thank you all. All right, so Killer Smart.
In the criminal justice system, the people are represented by two separate yet equally important groups: the police who investigate crime and the district attorneys who prosecute the offenders. These are their stories.
Baby, you need to come bring me something to eat, 'cause I'm starving. What you mean I can't eat out on the corner? I'm professional. You got me out here in stilettos and booty shorts, and I can't eat out here because it's unprofessional? Oh, no.
What do we got?
Prostitute. Looks like a homicide. Signs of sexual assault and strangulation. Bruise marks on her neck and a few popped blood vessels in her eyes.
Any witnesses?
A working girl. I thought I'd let you question her.
Looks like someone beat me to it.
She's still trying to make her quota. Hey, move along, pal. She's closed for business.
You guys wouldn't know where the nearest cash machine is around here, would you?
Mike Logan?
Fuck brutal. What do you mean by that? I've been trying to move all kinds of stuff lately, so hold on. There we go. You too, you too. Thank you, thank you.
Hey, I thought you retired.
Yeah, well, I kind of heard the same thing about you.
Detective Benson, Olivia.
Good to finally meet you, Detective.
What brings you down here?
I'm working a lead on the Massapequa Mangler case. His first victim, prostitute named Angelica Moore. She was killed in my jurisdiction about 9 months ago. Been on it ever since.
Well, we appreciate the help.
We don't need it, but we appreciate it.
Okay, so we got suspects, MO, or trophies. Hello, hello. Next life, how are you? Oh, I know you would. I'm good, I'm good. Suspects? Okay.
You have anyone you like for the Mangler?
A David
Sounds good. Thank you for
Gondapur, a
dropping by.
Robert Moffat, and an Ernest Limrose. All Johns who've been busted down here.
What's special about these guys?
They got noticed. Really above average creepiness. Moffat liked to use handcuffs, and Gondapur got busted for assault on Angelica Moore, but I got nothing to tie either one of them to the murders.
Okay, so this stuff you have to like really pay attention to what they're saying and like almost write down notes. So, MO?
What do we know about the Mangler's MO?
All I know is he sexually assaults them, and COD is always strangulation. If your Vic's one of his, that'll be lucky number 8. Plus, he's smart. Takes his girls from different boroughs, but so far he's dumped all of them in and around Nassau County.
Ooh, okay. Does the cause of death match the MO? Yeah. What do you guys think? Does the cause of death match the MO, or do you think there's a Pokemon in chat, of course? I thank you all. Correct. So if we get 3 X's on here, like right here, we have to start the whole thing over. MO? What, like, what does he do constantly? Like, what is it? But yep. And then we got a star, because we read it.
Well, the MO matches. That much we know.
Okay, so now we got Mangler or trophies. Let me do something real quick so you guys can see a little bit more, because I see that it does. Surely what? Yeah, so
She's
see,
got a lock of hair missing, poor girl. That could be
so
our
lock of
souvenir.
hair
Souvenir?
is
Each of the
missing.
Mangler's victims is missing a lock of hair. They kept that info from the press.
That's interesting.
You know something?
Sex offender I busted years ago. Kept the same kind of souvenirs after each assault. And guess what? He's out on parole.
Oh. Well, we need to think what is the
Do we have any
Mangler?
reason to think our Vic can be connected to the Mangler?
CSU found some burlap fibers in the victim's hair. Same type of fibers showed up on 2 other victims of the Mangler.
Someone cut her up pretty good, though they look like mostly defensive wounds. If this is the work of the Mangler, I wonder why the change in MO.
Not to mention the fact that we found her body on the same street where she worked instead of in Nassau County somewhere.
Botched job, maybe? She got out of the car and he panicked?
Okay, so here we go. Is there a reason to believe our victim was done in by the mask Mangler, or was it somebody else? Motive of opportunity. Okay. Right. Okay, what solid evidence connects the Mangler to this murder? burlap fibers, carpet fibers, or ID skin cells underneath the fingernails. Okay, so sex offender.
So where is this guy now?
Last I heard, he was in violation. His PO hadn't heard from him in 9 months, maybe.
Ooh. Is that an important detail? Hell yeah, because he hasn't heard for 9 months. So which one do we want to do? I'm thinking the last one, that he was a sex offender. What do you guys think? Oh my gosh, I'm moving all this, I promise. Hold on. Because we also want to do the stars. Okay. Yep. No, we missed that one.
That's
So-
about when the killing started, right?
That's about when Angelica went missing. I'll sniff around, see what I can dig up.
Benson, should we go chat with the girl who found the body?
Hey, Curtis, I'm real sorry about Deborah.
Thanks.
Girls doing good?
My oldest is looking at colleges, wants to teach special education.
Good. That's good. The clock's ticking on our witness here. What say we question her while she's still feeling cooperative?
Alrighty. So we missed it by like 1 star. Now this is where we can go ahead and replay the whole thing and try to get it to see if we could get more information or if we just want to continue with what we have and see if we could get information that way. What do you guys think? Replay the scene and try to get more info? Because we don't know if we get more info or not, but we might. To make it a 3 stars, continue. Okay.
What's your name?
Jenny?
That's your pimp who sent you a text message, isn't it? Give me his name and I can fix your problem.
All us around here got the same daddy. If I give you his name, these other girls would turn me in to get on his good side. That's how he plays us.
So suspects, victim, see anything earlier, of course. Oh, it gets harder and harder because you have to write down everything. Trust me. Let's see.
Did you see the victim at all today? Before you found her like this?
No, she kept to her side of the street, I kept to mine.
Okay. Can you disapprove this? I don't think so. Okay, so number 2. Nope. Missed that one.
Jenny, you said business was slow. As long as this guy is on the loose, no one is safe out here, including yourself.
I maybe saw her get picked up.
Did you get a look at her John?
It was a red van. That's all I saw.
Red
And that was
van.
the last time you saw her alive?
Yeah.
You notice anything about this van? A license plate, a broken window? Maybe it'd been in an accident.
It was a funny kind of red. More like brick color.
That it?
Look like any old regular van to me, except for that.
David Gondapur, Robert Moffat, Ernest Limrose. Those names mean anything to you?
Not to me. We call them Johns for a reason. No real names. That's how it works.
Did Logan connect her to these names? I don't think so. Then we come up here and we see. I don't think I heard of a Logan. Benson. Logan, you guys wouldn't know where the nearest cash machine is around here, would you? Oh, so she was talking to Logan. So, did Logan connect her to these names? Probably, because she was talking to Logan. Remember the guy that they thought was a John at first? Um, no, the customer, yeah. John is a customer, MO is motive of opportunity, the pimp is just a pimp. So I want to say yes because he was talking to her. No, we missed that one too. And see, we already have 3 X's, so
Did you know the girl you
might have
found?
to do this one over.
I ain't seen her but once or twice. Don't even know her name.
Did Jenny mention a previous connection? I don't think so. No, she didn't. Nope, we missed that one too. I
I
guess.
talked to y'all enough. I ain't gonna get myself beat down for no police. I don't even know nothing.
All right, so we have to restart this. See how that works, Travis? If we do something
What's
wrong?
your name?
Jenny?
That's your pimp who sent you a text message, isn't it? Give me his name and I can fix your problem.
All us around here got the same daddy. If I give you his name, these other girls would turn me in to get on his
Sounds
good
good.
side. That's how he plays us.
I'll see you later.
Did you see the victim at all today? Before you found her like this?
No, she kept to her side of the street. I kept to mine.
Yeah, that was a no. There we go.
Jenny, you said business was slow. As long as this guy is on the loose, no one is safe out here, including yourself.
I maybe saw her get picked up.
Did you get a look at her, John?
It was a red van. That's all I saw.
And that was the last time you saw her alive?
Yeah.
You notice anything about this van? A license plate, a broken window? Maybe it'd been in an accident.
It was a funny kind of red. More like brick color.
That it?
Right.
Looked like any old regular van to me, except for that.
David Gondapur, Robert Moffat, Ernest Limrose. Those names mean anything to you?
Not to me. We call them Johns for a reason. No real names. That's how it works.
Did you know the girl you found?
Mm-mm. I ain't seen her but once or twice. Don't even know her name.
Welcome in, everyone. Hello, hello.
Come on, Jenny. You said all the girls out here have the same pimp. You know her name.
Uh, Wendy. She was a
Wendy.
new girl.
Who was Wendy working for?
I don't know. I mind my own.
Come on, Jenny. You're no rookie. You know all the players out there.
I told you, I don't know who her daddy is.
You know what, Jenny? We can always take you to central booking, let you sit in the bullpen for a few hours, and try and jog your memory.
Arrest me? For what?
Jenny, give us the name of Wendy's pimp and we promise it'll never come back to you.
We call him Bankroll. He's out over on West 145th with all the other pimps.
Okay. There's a Pokemon in chat.
Check it out. From this corner, you can see all the vehicle traffic coming in and out of this area. No wonder Bankroll hangs out here. He can keep an eye on the Johns cruising as girls. There he is. Let's go get him. Morning, Bankroll.
You talking to me? I didn't know we was acquainted.
Detective Benson, Detective Curtis, homicide.
Come on, man. I'm trying to read the paper and these people just got my latte right. Come on back later.
Relax, Bankroll. We just have a few questions for you. Wendy Crane. She was your girl, wasn't she?
Who, me? Hell nah. I don't know no girl named Wendy.
We did our homework, Bankroll.
All right, maybe she came to me for advice from time to time. That's all I'll say.
So new topics.
You see everything from this coffee shop, don't you?
Greatest show on earth, man. I ain't missed a night in 25 years.
How about a red van? Seen Wendy get into one of those lately?
Nah, nothing like that. Seen a sanitation workers van here last night. You know, New York's strongest. Maybe the cat you looking at worked for the city?
Yay! Want to say this? Nope.
Wendy was your girl. I'm betting you watched her like a
Nah.
hawk. We know a red van picked her up last night.
Maybe not a red van.
What kind then?
I seen a white van down here a couple times. Figured it was just some bridge and tunnel CPA playing that plantation game. Got a sweet tooth for some brown sugar.
But it stuck out
Welcome
for
in,
some
welcome in.
reason.
I remembered later that I seen Angel. That's Angelica. She got picked up in that same kind of van the night she went missing. Figured if I saw it again, I'd take care of business. But he never came back.
Okay, so Angelica.
David
Three.
Gondapur, Robert Moffat, Ernest Limrose. Any of those names sound familiar?
Who you think I am, man? The public library? I ain't asking people for no ID.
These guys would have stuck out. Not your typical John looking for a night away from Maud. They scared girls, even got physical with them. They were arrested. You'd know their names.
Man, it's always them cats from the suburbs. There was this Arab looking dude down here once or twice. He had money, but I had to run him off.
Okay, so
Arab looking dude?
Yeah, man, you know, like Lawrence of Arabia and all that.
Lawrence of Arabia was English.
I know who Lawrence of Arabia is, fool.
Did he drive a red van?
Nah, drove a Escalade, white leather seats, nice. Scared Angelica real good, so we had a little conversation. Then the police showed up.
does this conflict to Logan's story? I don't think so. Yeah. Ooh, who was she arrested with? Back to notes. David. Oh, nope. Is Grandpa. Okay. See, you can go back and listen
Then
to
what
their
happened?
notes.
I watched it all go down. Cops roll up. Arab fool would have got off with a warning if he could have stopped making words with his mouth. A few weeks later, he comes around again. Gives me $1,000 to have Angel keep her mouth shut. Ain't heard nothing about it since.
Uh-huh. So he roughed up Angelica, and you took a bribe to keep it quiet. Nice. Don't go on any vacations, Bankroll. We may need the pleasure of your company again. I'm not a big fan of racial profiling, but based on the physical description, sounds like we should talk to David Gondapur.
Lieutenant, how can I help you?
We have a potential suspect in the case, but let's just say we don't want to scare him off with our gritty urban vibe.
You want to use the DA's office? Leather chairs and expensive books.
We'll get a better interview if he thinks we're treating him like a witness instead of a suspect.
No problem. I'll set it up. Mike.
Abby, good to see you again.
Likewise. Thank you for coming in, Mr. Gandapur.
May I ask why I'm here, Miss Carmichael?
We're following up on some leads in regards to the Massapequa Mangler case.
The Massapequa Mangler. I'm afraid I'm not familiar. Do I need my solicitor?
That's entirely within your rights, Mr. Gandapur, but you're not a suspect. We just want to ask you a few questions. You live in Brookville, correct?
Gold Coast of Long Island, not far from Massapequa.
I also have an apartment on the Upper East Side and a home in Pelican Bay, Florida. Do you water ski, Miss Carmichael?
I'm really not a boat person, thanks.
New topic revealed. So.
So you're a hedge fund manager, huh? Sounds stressful.
The purpose of a hedge fund is to negate risk so as to offset losses, Miss Benson. I leave the day-to-day stress of the market to day traders and money dealers.
Still, with this economy, it's got to put a lot of pressure on you to perform.
I play a lot of racquetball.
Escalate. You found a red herring. Okay.
You own a white 2011 Cadillac Escalade, correct?
Yes, as do a great many other people on Wall Street. 0% financing comes in very handy around bonus time.
Do you believe he owns the vehicle? Yep. Nope. Yeah, he does. His accident suggests his breeding. His administration matches Logan's story. Hedge fund managers are in. Um. Yep. There we go.
How about a van? Those ever come in handy?
Certainly not. I could hardly take investors golfing in something like that. That's why I have the Escalade.
Oh my god. Hello, demon. Hello, how are you? Alright.
Mr. Gondapur, we have an eyewitness who saw someone matching your description with Angelica Moore.
My description?
A man of Middle Eastern descent. About your height and build, similar vehicle.
I am no more Middle Eastern than Manhattan is
Thank you,
Midwest
thank
America.
you.
I am
Appreciate it.
Pashtun. My people hail from Pakistan and Afghanistan, Southeast Asia.
I apologize.
Perhaps one of your male colleagues should finish conducting the interview for you. They may have a firmer grasp of geography.
Get tough and scare him a little? Yeah, why not? Oh, no, don't do that one. Missed that. All right, we will do that again.
Have you ever been to West 141st Street in Harlem?
Harlem? Whatever would I go to Harlem for?
Good job. Sounds good, Demon. Have a good one. All right, so thank you all. It'd be the arrest report. The pimp story and the arrest report when he got in trouble with Angelica.
Mr. Gondapur, you were arrested for assaulting a prostitute on West 141st Street less than a year ago. Surely you remember.
Yes, of course. I did not realize that was in Harlem. Surely you must know then that the charges were dropped.
The woman you were accused of assaulting, Angelica Moore, was murdered not long after your arrest. She is believed to be the mangler's first victim.
I am very sorry to hear, but my arrest was a misunderstanding. I was lost. I asked her for directions. She volunteered to show me how to find the George Washington Bridge for $10, I believe. I naively let her into my car where she threatened to blackmail me with some story of being attacked. The poor girl, I wish I could have helped her somehow.
Again, we appreciate your time, Mr. Gandapur.
Feel free to call my office should you wish another appointment. Good day.
Ugh.
Do you think he's our guy?
I don't know. He was too slick, too prepared. Like he knew this would happen.
Well, then the pressure's on. Keep an eye on him. See if he makes a mistake.
Hey.
Forensics?
They didn't find much, but the burlap fibers they found on our Vic contain traces of something called atrazine.
It's a pesticide. New York put it on the restricted list last year. Only licensed professionals can buy it. Pest control, farmers, landscapers.
Detective Curtis.
Benson, you remember the Mickey Trevino case?
Yeah, that was
Mickey.
Cormac's caller.
The gun Trevino was using, he claimed to have found it hidden in the basement of his apartment building. Cormac was able to confirm. Here's a list of residents from 1998 onwards. Maybe you can do something with it.
Got it. We'll meet you there. Logan tracked down that sex offender who violated his parole. His name is Patty Jackson. Get this. He's working a landscaping job in Sugar Hill, 2 blocks from where our Vic was found.
Your case just got a whole lot more interesting.
Right?
Keep me posted.
Patty Jackson.
Patty Jackson, you're under arrest.
For what?
For what? You're in violation, Patty.
Nah, me and my PO, we got it all worked out. My probation transfer got messed up, that's all.
Well, there's our rust color. The van's got red priming paint all over it.
I'll keep an eye on him while you search the van. Know what you're looking for?
The fibers found on the victim were burlap, and we know the mangler likes to use zip ties and duct tape to bind his victims.
We found some crystal meth on Wendy. She had a lock of hair taken and she had been cut. I'm thinking the killer used a knife to scare her and then he used it to cut a lock of her hair when he was finished. There should be some blood in the van.
All right. So we need blood, crystal meth, burlap, something they don't know, and duct tape. Maybe zip ties is what they're thinking. So we need to look in here. We've got blood.
I got some blood here.
Word to the wise, Patty. You kill a girl in your van, you should worry about cleaning the inside, not painting the outside.
That's mine. I cut myself on a hedge trimmer.
Pokemon in chat. Burlap sack.
Burlap sacks of atrazine.
Hope you got your certified applicator license for that, Patty. That's a heck of a fine otherwise.
What is this? Nope. That is nothing. Let's look over here. Look at a zip tie. Or not. Look like a zip tie. Oh no, they want the bottle of the zip tie.
Zip ties. Could be used in his line of work. We'll see if they're the same type as the ones found on the Mangler's other victims.
So what's in this?
This is interesting. You wear a lot of jewelry, Patty?
I made that. I sell them at flea markets and stuff. It's not a restricted item.
Alright, let's see what's in it. Or not. Okay, snatched. There's the duct
Duct tape. We'll see if the end piece matches up with any of the pieces found on Wendy.
Okay, so we need something else. I want to say it's this, but it's not letting me circle. There we go. There we go. Let me circle. There we go. Look, crystal meth.
Whoa, looks like crystal meth. You trying to lose weight, Patty?
That ain't mine.
All right, Patty, I've seen enough. You're coming downtown.
You don't need to do that. I'll report on Monday, I promise.
Save it for the judge.
Yep, crystal meth.
Your parole officer says hi. Says he hasn't seen you in over 9 months.
Your apartment was almost empty. You staying somewhere else? Hotel, maybe?
I hate hotels. They remind me of the joint.
Let's get him
Come on,
talking.
Patty, I'm a guy. I know how it is. You have desires. Desires turn to fantasies. You can only hold those in for so long. So you satisfy them. You feel like your old self again, but only for a little while.
I ain't no killer.
You're not a bad person, Patty. You've got a sickness, and you can take the first step towards getting better by taking responsibility for what you did.
Don't talk to me like you're some priest. I ain't stupid.
Okay, maybe not.
Who did this to you? Hey, you didn't start out this way.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Somebody made you real angry. Was it your mother? Older sibling? Who?
What do you know about it?
All right, maybe not that either.
You saying Angelica Moore never got into your van. Can you think why a witness might have seen that happen?
I don't know who you're talking about.
We have a
Okay.
witness that saw Angelica Moore get into your van before you painted it.
We're not getting anywhere. Let's just book him for violating his parole, and we'll charge him for the murders when forensics gets back to us.
No, wait. Angelica wasn't my fault. It wasn't even my idea to pick her up. It was his, honest.
Whoa. Ooh.
Patty, if you had an accomplice, now's the time to tell us.
This guy, he had a thing for Angel, okay? He tried to pick her up once and something happened.
What was his name?
I don't know, okay? It was just a one-time thing. He gave me a name and told me to bring it to his place so they could party, okay?
Great. Why don't you show us where his place is?
Actually it was, it was in my hotel room. One of those no-tell motels. I don't even remember which one.
Kind of.
Enough, Patty. I know cops at Rikers who owe me a favor. They can make your visit there really uncomfortable.
I'm telling the truth, I swear.
So what happened, Patty? Did Wendy fight back? Is that why we found her in Harlem instead of some swamp in Nassau County?
Tell me this, smart guy. Any chance you ran into Wendy in Harlem in your brand new white van?
I never saw that girl before, I swear.
Never, huh?
Ooh, this one's a bit. Want to say regular customer. That's when we go back. Look at Jenny. Oops. Okay. All right, so
We have a witness that saw you pick up Wendy Crane the night she was killed, Patty.
Okay, look, maybe she was in my van. I was in jail for a long time, you know? If I break the law, I'm in violation. That's why I lied.
You said this guy tried picking up Angelica before, but something happened. Any chance he was 5'6", Arab descent?
I already said too much.
You tell us who he was right now, and we can work out a deal with the DA. You wait, and you go down alone. All alone.
Let's try this again. 5'6", Arab descent.
You know him.
The Arab guy. Who is he?
Or are you so stupid you never even got his name?
He ain't Arab. He's Pashtun. He don't like to be called Arab.
oh,
I think I want a lawyer now.
First smart thing you've said so far.
so they had the right person.
I knew Gondapur was hiding something.
We have no physical evidence tying Gandapur to any of the murders. Believe me, if Gandapur's involved somehow, I'd love to nail him. But we don't have nearly enough for a warrant. Find a connection between him and Jackson. Sorry, but that's the best I can do.
Patty's parole officer was able to get us his employment file and several other records from the landscaping company where he worked.
You think Gondapur was one of Jackson's customers?
The landscaper he worked for had clients all over Long Island. It's possible. Patty Jackson placed a call from his work phone to David Gondapur on October 20th.
The same day Gondapur paid $227, which Jackson collected. Looks like we found our paper trail. Mr. David Gondapur, we have a warrant to search this property for evidence relating to the murders of Wendy Crane and Angelica Moore.
Very well, please, come inside. Shall I have some iced tea made?
Actually, we'll start with the garden shed if you don't mind.
When's the last time you were in the shed, Mr. Gondapur?
I suppose I am in and out quite often. I like to do some of my own gardening. It relaxes me. Mr. Jackson and I have become fast friends as a result. He is quite talented.
I'll keep an eye on Gondapur while you have a look.
All right. Well, this is interesting because this has never been like two different ways or two different places we had to look. Looking for duct tape, deodorants, burlap, shovel, zip ties, and something else is something else. So, well, definitely look at this. This has blood on it.
Found some blood on this cutting tool. Could be Wendy's.
And there's the sack.
More burlap sacks of atrazine. The shed would make a perfect place to assault a victim. It's hidden, inaccessible. No way the nearest neighbor could hear anything.
Right, let's look down a little bit. Is there anything in here that we could think of? There's the duct tape.
More duct tape. Same as the kind we found in Patty's van.
He had a lot of this. I wonder if it's this at all. Maybe not. Nope. Shovel, maybe?
No surprise to find a shovel here. But if any of the dirt found on it matches the soil in which the Mangler victims were buried, that'd be powerful physical evidence to convince a jury.
There's the zip ties.
Zip tie. Same brand, same color as we found in Patty's van. Forensics may even be able to tell if they're from the same store-bought pack.
All right, now we're looking for something else, which don't know what that could be. Maybe, well, she is missing a lock of hair, so maybe something that shows that he has something, maybe crystal meth, something. I don't think it'd be in here, but yeah, no, not in there. Might be down here somewhere. I have a feeling. Pokemon in chat. So I think we're looking for maybe like crystal meth or like something to put a lock of hair in something. Maybe. No. I know we're missing something. What is it we're missing? Does that look like anything? Back there? Yep.
Air freshener. Could be the same type used in Patty's van to hide the smell of decomp. Forensics will be able to tell me if it's a match.
There we go. Maybe it wasn't. It was just
You
air
have the right
freshener.
to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
I was thinking maybe like crystal meth or something because I found it in his car.
Mr. Gondapur, where is your counsel?
I choose to represent myself in this matter, Your Honor.
Your Honor, Mr. Gandapur has ample resources with which to hire a whole team of lawyers experienced in defending clients charged with capital crimes.
Actually, Your Honor, my alleged co-conspirator and I wish to be tried together. We will be co-counselors, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we cannot have one defendant putting another on the stand.
Mr. Gondapur, are you and Mr. Jackson willing to be held responsible for your knowledge of court procedures, your ability to adequately cross-examine, and communicate your side of the story efficiently and effectively?
We are, Your Honor.
Then I see no problem with you representing yourself pro se. How do you plead?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
Not guilty?
Well done, Mr. Jackson. The rest of you, will see you at trial.
It doesn't take much imagination to see what's going to happen here. They'll each point the finger at each other and create enough reasonable doubt, and both of them will walk.
And acting as their own defense will give them total access to each other. Plenty of time to get their story straight.
Yeah, but Gandapur is a shark. He'll figure out how to put this all on Jackson somehow while he walks.
Then get Jackson to roll on him first.
Jackson's a sex offender on parole accused of murdering 8 women. What can we offer him other than life in prison?
A chance to tell his side of the story without Gandapur pulling the strings. Shoot for the moon. If that doesn't work, divide and conquer.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth without omission?
I do.
Here we go. So.
What makes you think Patty Jackson and David Gandapur are co-conspirators in the deaths of these women?
Aside from the physical evidence, I believe Jackson worked for Gondapur.
How so?
I believe they form what's called a dominant-submissive pairing you sometimes find with serial killers who work together. As partners, they were able to fulfill each other's appetites. Jackson for sexual violence, Gondapur for murder.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, nope. Missed that one. Whoops. Let's see.
What caused you to think of Mr. Jackson when you became involved in the hunt for the Massapequa Mangler?
When I found out a lock of Wendy Crane's hair was missing.
Why was that significant?
Patty had the same MO with the women he raped.
Objection! I am not a pervert.
Mr. Jackson is a convicted rapist. The locks of hair he took from those women were trophies, souvenirs, if you will.
Overruled.
Is there any evidence to suggest that either defendant was at Hunt's Point around the time the other victims disappeared?
No, there are a lot of prostitutes there, a lot of Johns, a lot of drugs. It's hard to find witnesses.
Ooh, red herring. Okay, so don't do that one again.
Most of the Mangler's victims were found in shallow graves around Nassau County, but Wendy Crane was found in Harlem, in plain sight. Can you explain?
Patty didn't follow the plan. You see, Wendy had defensive wounds on her hands and on her arms. Something went wrong in the van. Patty panicked and he strangled her, then got spooked and tried to dump the body right there.
Missed that one.
But not so spooked he couldn't stop and take a lock of her hair.
Correct. He had a knife, and I believe those trophies to be extremely important to him.
Objection! Innocent until proven guilty.
Overruled. Innocent until proven guilty is a civil right, Mr. Jackson, not a basis for objection.
We appreciate your time, Detective Logan.
Alright, so that didn't go so well, so we're going to redo that one.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth without omission?
I do.
What makes you think Patty Jackson and David Gandapour are co-conspirators in the deaths of these women?
Aside from the physical evidence, I believe Jackson worked for Gandapour.
How so?
I believe they form what's called a dominant-submissive pairing you sometimes find with serial killers who work together. As partners, they were able to fulfill each other's appetites. Jackson for sexual violence, Gandapour for murder.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase. Based on the physical evidence, how, in your professional opinion, did Mr. Gandapour and Mr. Jackson work together to commit these murders?
Judging from the physical evidence found on the victims and in Mr. Jackson's work vehicle and in Mr. Gandapour's garden shed, Mr. Jackson would visit a place frequented by prostitutes where he would pick one up, get them high on crystal meth, bind them, take them to Mr. Gandapour's shed where they were sexually assaulted and then murdered.
Most of the Mangler's victims were found in shallow graves around Nassau County, but Wendy Crane was found in Harlem, in plain sight. Can you explain?
Patty didn't follow the plan. You see, Wendy had defensive wounds on her hands and on her arms. Something went wrong in the van. Patty panicked and he strangled her, then got spooked and tried to dump the body right there.
But not so spooked he couldn't stop and take a lock of her hair.
Correct. He had a knife, and I believe those trophies to be extremely important to him.
Objection! Innocent until proven guilty.
Overruled. Innocent until proven guilty is a civil right, Mr. Jackson, not a basis for objection.
What caused you to think of Mr. Jackson when you became involved in the hunt for the Massapequa Mangler?
When I found out a lock of Wendy Crane's hair was missing.
Oh! I can't believe I did
Why
that.
was that significant?
Patty had the same MO with the women he raped.
Objection! I am not a pervert.
Mr. Jackson is a convicted rapist. The locks of hair he took from those women were trophies, souvenirs, if you will.
Overruled.
We appreciate your time, Detective Logan.
No, because they're still on their side. The hell?
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth without omission?
I do.
All right, relationship.
What makes
come
you
on.
think Patty Jackson and David Gandapour are co-conspirators in the deaths of these women?
Aside from the physical evidence, I believe Jackson worked for Gandapour.
How so?
I believe they form what's called a dominant-submissive pairing you sometimes find with serial killers who work together. As partners, they were able to fulfill each other's appetites. Jackson for sexual violence, Gandapour for murder.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase. Based on the physical evidence, how, in your professional opinion, did Mr. Gandapour and Mr. Jackson work together to commit these murders?
Judging from the physical evidence found on the victims and in Mr. Jackson's work vehicle and in Mr. Gandapour's garden shed, Mr. Jackson would visit a place frequented by prostitutes where he would pick one up, get them high on crystal meth, bind them, take them to Mr. Gandapour's shed where they were sexually assaulted and then murdered.
Most of the Mangler's victims were found in shallow graves around Nassau County, but Wendy Crane was found in Harlem, in plain sight. Can you explain?
Patty didn't follow the plan. You see, Wendy had defensive wounds on her hands and on her arms. Something went wrong in the van. Patty panicked and he strangled her, then got spooked and tried to dump the body right there.
Oh shit, what was that one? So we know it's not the burlap. Yeah.
But not so spooked he couldn't stop and take a lock of her hair.
Correct. He had a knife, and I believe those trophies to be extremely important to him.
Objection! Innocent until proven guilty.
Overruled. Innocent until proven guilty is a civil right, Mr. Jackson, not a basis for objection.
What caused you to think of Mr. Jackson when you became involved in the hunt for the Massapequa Mangler?
When I found out a lock of Wendy Crane's hair was missing.
That's right, it was their MO.
Why was that significant?
Patty had the same MO with the women he raped.
Objection! I am not a pervert.
Mr. Jackson is a convicted rapist. The locks of hair he took from those women were trophies, souvenirs, if you will.
Overruled.
We appreciate your time, Detective Logan.
There we go.
Mr. Logan.
Detective.
All right, so argumentative, remember, is arguing with the witness or asking questions for effective alone. You expect us to believe this is one of them. So. Asked and answered is when the same question is posed twice. So it's ask and it's answered. Don't ask again. Hearsay is relying on a testimony that is where the defendants or the people, anybody that is not in the courtroom, and badgering is insulting the witness directly.
I bet you got a nice fat promotion when I got pinched, didn't you?
That's not the way it works.
You put the blame on me because you couldn't solve your case and you thought you were going to get fired.
No.
Objection.
That's badgering.
Badgering.
Sustained. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah.
You're trying to ruin my life to protect a bunch of whores.
Oh, that is not nice. There's a Pokemon in chat. Yes, we will.
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
Objection overruled.
If
Oh,
I
no.
may, Your Honor, I would like to continue the cross-examination.
Keep it on point, Mr. Gondapur.
I am most curious, Detective Logan. How did you form your opinion on how my landscaper and I collaborated in the murders of these women?
I've been a detective for over 25 years, mostly in homicide.
Are you a psychologist?
No.
Criminal profiler? Any professional training on the psychology of serial killers?
No.
Well, your opinion can hardly be valid, can it?
Objection, Your Honor.
That one be probably badgering.
Badgering.
Sustained. Enough, Mr. Gondapur.
What physical evidence did you find to suggest that either myself or my co-defendant are guilty of such ghastly crimes as the one suspected of the so-called Massapequa Mangler?
Burlap fibers found in Wendy Crane's hair matched that found in Patty Jackson's van and in your garden shed. Probably most telling was a cutting tool we found in the same shed with Wendy Crane's blood on it. There was also duct tape and zip ties found in the van and the shed that were an exact match for ones found on other victims.
Anything in my home?
Not that I'm aware.
So you found evidence in Mr. Jackson's van, evidence in my garden shed which Mr. Jackson had access to.
That's right.
None of my DNA nor hair samples, nor fingerprints found on any of the victims.
No. You were very careful in that regard.
Just one more question, Detective Logan. As a hedge fund manager, I made $25 million last year alone in salary and bonuses.
That's nice.
Do I sound like the type of person who does his own gardening?
Objection, Your Honor.
It's not hearsay. I don't think it's
Argumentative.
Maybe not.
Sustained.
Yeah.
Mr. Gondapur, let's watch the editorializing.
I object to.
What is this, some kind of Marx Brothers routine? Get your ducks in a row, gentlemen, or I'll start holding you in contempt.
Sit down, you imbecile. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Gentlemen, to what do we owe the pleasure?
We've come to make you an offer, Mr. Cutter. One I think you'll find quite generous given the circumstances. What if Mr. Jackson were prepared to admit to being the Massapequa Mangler?
Just Mr. Jackson?
Manslaughter 2 for my co-defendant. 10 years, eligible for parole in 5.
And you walk away with what? A ticket for littering?
Aiding and abetting. 5 years in a minimum security prison where I am allowed to continue to manage investment funds for clients.
Is this a joke?
Right? Uh,
Confess to the killings and I'll give you second-degree murder. 25 years to life with a shot at parole at 25 years.
15 years. Eligible for parole after 10. I don't have to remind you there's an election near. A sentence like this can be justified, but allowing us to beat the charges and go free, well...
No deal, Mr. Gandapur. Take my advice and spend some of that money of yours on a lawyer. See you in court.
wonder if I did the right thing.
Mr. Jackson, when did you begin working on my estate in Brookville?
About 9 months ago.
Around the time the first of the Mangler's victims was found.
What? Yeah, I guess.
Earlier, Detective Logan speculated that we formed a dominant submissive pairing, with you as the submissive. Could he be correct?
No, I think I want to answer
No,
that.
that's
Oh,
gross.
wait.
The police found physical evidence relating to the murders inside your work van, did they not?
Yeah, but that van belongs to the landscaping company.
Did anyone else have access to it?
Sometimes. Sometimes I'd leave it at the nursery. The other guys could have used it.
So many people with so much access to so much evidence. It would be very hard to say definitively who did what, wouldn't it?
Objection. Your Honor, defense is leading the witness.
Sustained. Move on, Mr. Gandapur.
The police found some burlap sacks in my garden shed. Fibers from the burlap matched ones found in Wendy Crane's hair. Do you have any idea how those fibers got on the victim?
No idea.
What were they for, those sacks of yours?
I bought some pesticide called atrazine. I have a license to buy it.
And you really have no idea how fibers from those sacks got on poor Miss Crane?
Objection, Your Honor. The question has been asked and answered.
Sustained.
Well, what are you asking me that for?
What about the cutting tool, Patrick? The one found in the shed. It had Wendy Crane's blood on it.
I don't know. Maybe someone was doing stuff in the shed, like at night. I didn't see it, or I would have called the police.
You have to admit it is damning evidence against the two of us, really. I mean, it was my shed.
I guess so.
You guess so. How did a bloody knife get into my shed without you noticing a thing?
I don't know.
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
Find a new line of questioning, Mr. Gandapur.
The cutting tool we found in the garden shed, the one with Wendy Crane's blood on it? I suppose you don't know how that got there either.
Nope.
What about the fibers found in Wendy Crane's hair? The ones from the burlap sacks of atrazine in the shed, ones you put there.
I didn't bring anyone back there, okay? It could have been him, you know.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Blood taken from your van was found to contain Wendy Crane's DNA. How did it get there?
I don't know.
Was Wendy Crane ever in your van?
No.
Nope, missed that one too. Shit.
Well, I'm confused, Mr. Jackson, because according to the statement you made to detectives, you claim to have let Wendy Crane in your van to solicit her services as a prostitute.
That's not true. I They made me say that.
Did they put her blood in your van too?
I don't know how it got there, but it wasn't me.
Let's see if I can paint an accurate picture of what happened to these women.
You do what you want. I'm through talking.
You pick a girl, you put them at ease, you give them some crystal meth to disorient them.
I don't give those chicks nothing. They bring it if they want it.
Exhibit A, one jewelry box of your own design, found in the van you drove, with crystal meth inside a hidden compartment. You're quite the carpenter, Mr. Jackson.
Fine, yeah, it's mine. That doesn't prove I'm a killer.
Your co-counsel has been strangely quiet, Patty. Even you have to know he could have objected a dozen times to what I've had to say so far.
Why aren't you trying to stop her? She's badgering me, right?
Mr. Jackson, what will happen to you if you take the fall for the murders of these 8 women?
I guess Mr. Gondapur would go free.
Objection, Your Honor. Mr. Jackson doesn't know that. It's conjecture.
Sustained.
So you found your voice after all, counsel. No more questions, Your Honor.
So what do you want, Mr. Jackson?
I want a deal.
Oh? What's your lawyer think?
Gondapur thinks I'm an idiot, but I know when I'm being set up.
You're a little late to that party, but I guess you got there. What are you offering?
Say I know what happened to those girls. Say I was there. Say maybe I had something to do with it, but I didn't kill them.
That might be worth something.
Accessory after the fact? That's 7 years no parole, but it's got to be concurrent with the time I got break-in parole.
Concurrent?
Yeah, sometimes you can learn useful stuff in prison.
You gotta make it good though, because
12 years. You can do the 5 you have coming concurrently. No parole.
Okay, I just don't want to go down for this alone, that's it.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I realize this is unusual, but it's important that you know Mr. Jackson has agreed to plead guilty to the charges against him. This means Mr. Jackson and Mr. Gondapur are no longer co-defendants. Mr. Jackson now testifies for the people. The prosecution may proceed.
Mr. Jackson, how did you and Mr. Gondapur first get to know each other?
I started getting the grounds around his house ready for spring. I told him I was on parole. He asked what for. I told him.
For rape, correct?
Yeah, I thought for sure he'd tell my boss not to let me come back, but he seemed really interested. Kept asking me questions about it.
Did you personally see Mr. Gondapur with any of the women he is charged with killing?
Yeah, all of them.
Tell us about the first.
It was the night we just had one girl at the house.
That was Angelica Moore, correct?
Yeah, she changed her mind, wanted to leave. Mr. Gondapur held her down while I raped her. When I was done, well...
Keep quiet!
Last chance, Mr. Gondapur. Remain silent or I'll have you removed.
Gondapur goes, we better make sure she doesn't say anything to anybody.
What did he mean?
I go back to jail, so he killed her.
What happened with Wendy Crane?
I get her into the van, give her a little meth. She said she was up for whatever, so I pulled out my knife to tie her up. She starts freaking out. She's hitting me.
Then what?
She jumps out of the van, screaming her head off. I just kind of put my hands around her throat, just to shut her up, you know? But before I knew, she ain't screaming anymore.
Did you ever bring prostitutes to Mr. Gondapur's home at his request?
Yeah, a lot of them.
That is a lie!
Mr. Gondapur, sit down!
Go on, Mr. Jackson.
First, he had me bring back hookers to the house 2 at a time. We'd party together, do some ice, that's crystal meth. At least I would, and the girls would.
Objection, Your Honor. The witness's story is complete fabrication.
Overruled. You'll have your chance to cross, Mr. Gondapur.
What became your pattern?
I'd go and find girls, bring 'em back. I took 'em to the garden shed, we'd party. Then Mr. Gondapur would kill them, strangle them.
Pokemon in chat.
How many did he kill, Patty?
I don't know. 6, 7? That's what the newspaper said. I tried to forget 'em. I want the jury to know I'm really sorry about how this all happened. I never would have done this if it wasn't for him.
I object to this character assassination.
Mr. Cutter, please instruct your witness to limit testimony to the question asked.
No more questions, Your Honor.
I demand a mistrial.
Motion denied. You asked for this circus, Mr. Gondapur. I'm going to see it through to the end. We'll let a higher court decide if justice was served.
Very well. I can prove this man acted alone. The evidence is at his apartment. I demand we send detectives to search it again.
Objection, Your Honor. The defense is stalling for time. Patty Jackson's apartment has already been thoroughly searched by investigators who found nothing.
Thoroughly, huh? Have you checked in the walls, in the crawl space, under his bed?
Court is recessed for the day. Counselors, I want to see you in my chambers.
Cannot believe the judge approved Gondapur's request.
Nothing surprises me with this trial. Any clue from Jackson on what this evidence could be?
None. He won't talk.
I don't like it.
Gandapur knows that any evidence we find has to be turned over to him. It's what he's counting on. But why?
Whatever it is must implicate Jackson as being the real ringleader.
Wait a minute. The police never found the souvenirs taken from the victims, the locks of hair that were missing.
That was Jackson's MO when he committed those rapes in Washington Heights. If the search reveals trophies like that in his apartment, it would go a long way to convince a jury that Jackson was responsible for the murders, not Gondapur.
Get this. When detectives searched Jackson's van, they found a small jewelry box with a false bottom. Patty was a carpenter. He used the jewelry box to hide the crystal meth he used to disorient his victims. I'm willing to bet that's what Gandapur wants us to find in Jackson's apartment.
He knows it's there, but he wants us to find it. That gives him total deniability while nailing Jackson to the wall.
Call Logan. He might be able to help us thread a pretty small loophole here. I'm going to take a walk. From this point on, keep me out of the loop.
Hey, Abby. It's Mike Logan. I found something.
Don't tell me what it is.
Don't worry, I know the rules. I'll file my report after you guys conduct your own search. Just, tell the uniforms not to shake the present too hard. Might break what's inside.
Thanks, Mike. You're a lifesaver.
Why don't you thank me with dinner?
Remember, this isn't going to work unless he gets good and angry.
Don't worry. I have a special talent when it comes to infuriating people. Mr. Gondapur, you stated at the close of trial yesterday that investigators were to search Mr. Jackson's apartment again for evidence pertaining to this case.
Indeed.
They didn't find anything.
I am well aware.
What did you want us to find in Patty Jackson's apartment, Mr. Gondapur?
What makes you think I expected you to find anything?
under his bed. Yet detectives did a full sweep of the apartment and found nothing.
A chest! A small wooden chest! How could they miss it?
Yes, one wooden chest. Exhibit C, let's call it.
There! That's it! That will prove my innocence!
What was it about Angelica Moore, Mr. Gandapur? Why is it you were so fixated on her that months after you were arrested picking her up, you sent Mr. Jackson here to kidnap her for you?
She was a woman in need who I tried to help and who took advantage. That is all. The arrest was a misunderstanding and the charges were dropped.
Misunderstanding? Are you sure? Because I have an affidavit by one Donald Deshawn, aka Bankroll, an associate of Angelica Moore's, who swears under oath that Angelica changed her testimony after he received a bribe on her behalf of $1,000.
That is ridiculous. He must have me confused with someone else.
Oh yeah, another person of Arab descent in Harlem who was arrested for assaulting Angelica Moore shortly before her death.
Are you trying to get a rise out of me, Mr. Cutter?
It doesn't seem to take much, Mr. Gandapur. Mr. Gandapur, could you explain to the court how an empty wooden chest will prove you innocent?
Are you an imbecile? Give it to me! There! There, you see? He took a lock of their hair. I saw him do it to each girl. You didn't think I knew, did you? Nothing gets past me, you mongoloid. No. No, wait. I didn't mean that I'd...
No further questions, Your Honor.
No. I demand a mistrial. No!
The prosecution rests, Your Honor.
Mr. Gandapur?
The defense rests, Your Honor.
The jury is to retire for deliberations. I'll send along jury instructions shortly. Court adjourned. Has the jury reached a unanimous verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
Please read the verdict as it stands recorded.
In regards to Mr. Gandapur, as to counts 1 through 8, homicide in the first degree, guilty.
By this time tomorrow, I'll have the best law firm in Manhattan working overtime on my appeal.
I might do some comparison shopping if I were you. Your board of directors voted to have you removed.
So Patty Jackson goes back to jail and Gandapur gets multiple life sentences without parole. Well done.
Nice to see that the super rich are still held to the same standards of justice as the rest of us, once in a while.
At least until his appeal.
To the rest of us.
Is that what I think it is?
Briscoe's Little Black Book of Unsolved Cases.
How did you... Right. I don't want to know. Hold on. Frank Vincenzo Jr. I recognize that one.
Do tell.
He was a tenant in the apartment building where that Glock 17 was found.
Got a forwarding?
According to this, he's still a tenant.
Thank God for rent control.
Alrighty, I'll be right back, but we did good. let's see what other one we have. We got a 2-star. We could go back, I think, and do better. Nobody's child. Ooh. I don't know if I want to play this one.
In the criminal justice system, the people are represented by two separate yet equally important groups: the police who investigate crime and the district attorneys who prosecute the offenders. These are their stories.
Congrats on your guys' boxes.
Hell, kid, it ain't even midnight yet. You're jumping the gun. Tourist shit. Well, every little bit helps. What? It's not like you're gonna use it. What do you expect me to do? Cry over your little broken body? Call the cops? It's not like they're gonna give two craps. Not with everything else that's going down the nine. Okay, damn it. Don't say I never did nothing for you.
Pokemon in chat. I was about to say, that is cold-hearted.
Took you long enough.
Yeah, well, I had to put on my face. Wanted to look my best for the big party.
Midnight. Welcome to the new millennium.
Looks a lot like the old millennium. Where's the ME?
She got called away. Assistant should be here with the body bag any time.
Poor little kid. He doesn't look more than 12 years old.
Some city we live in, huh? Severe internal hemorrhaging. Broken radius, multiple contusions.
Somebody beat him with a baseball bat?
Nah, something with a sharper edge. Check out the gash across his scalp. He's also got a burn mark on his hand. Definitely from a taser, and definitely fresh.
Time of death?
Around 8, probably. Body's pretty stiff. No ID, nothing in his pockets. See the ring around the top of his head where his hair is plastered down?
Hat hair. He was wearing a cap earlier today. I've heard of kids getting killed for their shoes, but their hats? What about the bag?
Empty.
Why would he be holding an empty bag?
Hey, detectives. I caught this guy hanging around outside the alley. Elijah the Prophet.
You know him?
Sure. Picked him up at 5 for disturbing the peace. Found him standing on his shopping cart outside the Schubert, ranting about Y2K.
I was just telling the people what the puppet masters don't want them to know.
Why don't you tell me what you know about the dead kid over there?
I'm the one who reported the murder, okay? I'm the good guy here.
Yeah? Well, before I put in for your Good Citizenship Award, you gotta tell me, what did you take from the body?
What? Do I look like a grave robber? I didn't take nothing.
That cap doesn't fit you so well.
It shrank in the wash.
Or maybe you swiped it off the kid.
All right. He was through using it, wasn't he? Now let me go. I gotta get over to the Lincoln Tunnel and go protect my stockpile from looters.
I want you to turn over everything you took off the kid. Now.
I'm homeless, officer. Everything I own is on me. So go ahead, search.
I seem to recall you saying something about a stockpile.
Nobody gets near my stockpile. I'm a citizen. I got a constitutional right to my stuff. It's there in the Fourth Amendment, pig.
I'll have to read it sometime. But meanwhile, you're still the most likely suspect in this case. Okay, buddy, tell the truth. Did you do this?
Kill the kid, you mean? You think I killed the kid and then turned around and reported it? Do I look crazy?
Listen, Elijah, I know you're a prophet, and I'm just a cop, but take it from me, this Y2K bug is a bunch of BS.
That's what you government stooges want us to think. But I'm not one of your gullible plebes. I read.
Well, there's your problem.
And I'll tell you another thing. After your computer-controlled police state comes crashing down, I'll be equipped to survive.
In the style to which you've grown accustomed, no doubt. So, where were you at 8 o'clock this evening?
Enjoying the hospitality of the 5th Precinct. I was in the holding tank.
That true?
Yeah, he was released about 8:30.
Yeah, I guess that clears you. Look, I can take you down to the station right now and let the jackbooted thugs work you over, or you can take me to your stockpile. Which is it gonna be?
I'm not scared of you. Come the stroke of midnight, your police state's gonna collapse like a rotten jack-o'-lantern.
I hate to burst your bubble, Mr. Prophet, but it's already after midnight.
Huh? I should have known it would be off. Stupid tourist junk. But I don't get it. The system's supposed to be crashing. How come the streetlights are still on?
We have this super secret emergency backup system.
Damn you guys. You think of everything.
Now, should I call the station and have them charge up the cattle prods?
No, that won't be necessary. Follow me. There's my stockpile. Stuff I got from the kid's bag is in the bundle on top.
Fosse program, Annie get your gun sweatshirt, cabaret mugs, 1 ticket to Aida. Hey, a credit card receipt.
Well, that ought to get us somewhere.
And the credit card people told you right where I was staying?
They had a record of the hotel charge, Mrs. Tallis, and the hotel confirmed you're booked through the end of the week.
Amazing. You managed to recover my stolen bag when I didn't even report the crime.
That's the networked world for you.
And here I thought all the networks were going to be down today.
For God's sake.
We're investigating the murder of the thief, and we'd like to ask you a few questions, if that's okay.
Of course. As long as I don't miss curtain time. We're catching Dame Edna tonight.
Can you tell us where the bag was stolen?
It was on 42nd Street, about, 4:30. I was just coming from the half-price ticket booth, very pleased with myself. I'd managed to snag the very last ticket to a preview of Aida. I felt a tug, and before I knew what was what, there he was, zipping away with my bag.
So you wouldn't be able to ID him?
I'm afraid I didn't see his face, just his backside.
What brought you to New York?
The Millennium, of course.
It's not the Millennium back in St. Louis?
Well, of course, but this is where the action is. My friends and I are part of a theater society, the Looky Loos. We make a Broadway trek once a year, usually in the fall. But this time around, we decided to wait a bit so we could be part of all the fun in Times Square.
Here's a photo of the merchandise we recovered from the shopping cart. Do you see everything that was in your bag?
I think so, yes. Aha! So that's where my ticket to Aida went. I emptied out my handbag looking for that son of a gun. Had to miss the... Wait. Statue of Liberty.
Come again?
There was a model of the Statue of Liberty, about yay high. It had a marble base with a clock in it.
How come you didn't report the crime?
Well, I mean, it was New Year's Eve. I'm sure the police had their hands full just keeping the peace.
So it was a courtesy to us?
Well, that and, I'm flying back to St. Louis tonight, and what can I say? I guess I just chalked it up as a loss.
Nope.
Mrs. Tallis, where were you at 8 o'clock last night?
Was that the time of the murder? Are you asking me for my alibi?
If you don't mind.
Not at all. This is just like that TV show. Wait till the girls hear about this.
Mrs. Tallis.
I was at Aida, of course, with the other looky-loo ladies.
Wait, wasn't your ticket one of the things that was stolen?
Yes, and it was the last one available. You caught me,
Oh, yeah.
detectives. Truth is, since I couldn't get in, I ended up killing time. Just milling about with the New Year's crowds. I was waiting for the show to be over so I could meet up with the group and hear about it. I don't think it's going to run long.
What makes you think Aida isn't going to run?
My friend Gloria Hempel told me it wasn't up to the standard of Sir Elton's earlier work. And she has excellent judgment. Why, do you know, she fell asleep in the second act of Steel Pier and it closed a week later.
Did you get a good look at the thief?
Oh, not really. It all happened so fast.
Try to remember. You may have been the last person to see him alive.
Oh, dear. He was just a boy, poor thing. Brown hair. I think he was wearing a sports jersey of some sort. It had a logo on the front of, that team that plays the game with the ball.
No.
You saw the logo on the boy's jersey while he was running away?
Oh, well, no, what I mean is, I recognize the team colors.
Which are?
Green and gold.
What are you not telling us, Mrs. Tallis?
Well, I suppose I did see a bit more of the boy than I let on.
You're welcome.
I got into a bit
Congrats
of
on the
a
box.
tussle with him before he got away. That would be my shuttle. I hate to be rude, but I think I'm going to have to cut this interrogation short.
Just a few more questions.
Sorry. It's been delightful, though. Coming right down.
Pokemon in chat.
And the credit card people told you right where I was staying?
They had a record of the hotel charge, Mrs. Tallis, and the hotel confirmed you're booked through the end of the week.
Amazing. You managed to recover my stolen bag when I didn't even report the crime.
That's the networked world for you.
And here I thought all the networks were going to be down today.
For God's sake.
We're investigating the murder of the thief, and we'd like to ask you a few questions, if that's okay.
Of course. As long as I don't miss curtain time. We're catching Dame Edna tonight.
Can you tell us where the bag was stolen?
It was on 42nd Street, about 4:30. I was just coming from the half-price ticket booth, very pleased with myself. I'd managed to snag the very last ticket to a preview of Aida. I felt a tug, and before I knew what was what, there he was, zipping away with my bag.
So you wouldn't be able to ID him?
I'm afraid I didn't see his face, just his backside.
What do you mean? Okay. That one was a yes then.
Here's a photo of the merchandise we recovered from the shopping cart. Do you see everything that was in your bag?
I think so, yes. Aha! So that's where my ticket to Aida went. I emptied out my handbag looking for that son of a gun. Had to miss the... Wait. Statue of Liberty.
Come again?
There was a model of the Statue of Liberty, about yay high. It had a marble base with a clock in it.
How come you didn't report the crime?
Well, I mean, it was New Year's Eve. I'm sure the police had their hands full just keeping the peace.
So it was a courtesy to us?
Well, that and, I'm flying back to St. Louis tonight, and what can I say? I guess I just chalked it up as a loss.
Leaving tonight? You're
Yes.
cutting the trip short?
I thought you were seeing Dame Edna.
Oh, that's right. Today's only Tuesday. You see? You've got me all flustered.
What brought you to New York?
The millennium, of course.
It's not the millennium back in St. Louis?
Well, of course, but this is where the action is. My friends and I are part of a theater society, the Looky Loos. We make a Broadway trek once a year, usually in the fall. But this time around, we decided to wait a bit so we could be part of all the fun in Times Square.
Mrs. Tallis, where were you at 8 o'clock last night?
Was that the time of the murder? Are you asking me for my alibi?
If you don't mind.
Not at all. This is just like that TV show. Wait till the girls hear about this.
Mrs. Tallis.
I was at Aida, of course, with the other looky-loo ladies.
Yummy.
Wait, wasn't your ticket one of the things that was stolen?
Yes, and it was the last one available. You caught me, detectives. Truth is, since I couldn't get in, I ended up killing time. Just milling about with the New Year's crowds. I was waiting for the show to be over so I could meet up with the group and hear about it. I don't think it's going to run long.
Did you get a good look at the thief?
Oh, not really. It all happened so fast.
Try to remember. You may have been the last person to see him alive.
Oh, dear. He was just a boy, poor thing. Brown hair. I think he was wearing a sports jersey of some sort. It had a logo on the front of, you know, that team that plays the game with the ball.
You saw the logo on the boy's jersey while he was running away?
Oh, well, no, what I mean is, I recognize the team colors.
Which are?
You know, green and gold.
What are you not telling us, Mrs. Tallis?
Well, I suppose I did see a bit more of the boy than I let on. I got into a bit of a tussle with him before he got away.
You got into a tussle.
I'm not entirely naive, you know. I'm well aware how rough the streets of Manhattan can be, especially on New Year's Eve. Let's just say I came prepared.
May I?
I feel just awful about it now, knowing what happened to the boy, you know, after. But, well, it was the instinct of self-preservation kicking in.
Well, from the looks of it, your instincts are quite healthy, Mrs. Tallis. Did you go after the thief with any of these weapons?
Of course not. He was just a child. I'd never risk hurting a child.
We found a taser burn on the boy's hand.
Did you? Yes, I suppose I may have tased him. Not badly, mind you. Just a little mini tase. Enough to knock him down. Then I grabbed from my bag and we tussled.
But he got away.
Children are slippery.
Mrs. Tallis, how would you like front row tickets to a new drama? It's playing down at the Manhattan Criminal Court building.
Now, wait a minute, Detective. You don't seriously think...
That you're holding something back? Yes. So why don't you hand it over?
It's the boy's backpack. I pulled it off him when we were, you know...
Tussling.
Right. I said to him, give me my bag and I'll give you yours. But he just took off without it. I guess he was scared.
And why didn't you tell us this at the start?
Take a look inside. You'll see his trinkets are considerably more valuable than mine. I figured I got the better deal in the exchange. And it would have made such a great punchline to my story.
Quite an assortment we got here.
Looks like our victim had a busy day.
Yeah, but is any of this stuff gonna get us closer to an ID?
So ticket. And they say two other things, okay? So
Giles Breton's passion juice. I don't even want to take a whiff of that.
oh, this.
Look at this, look at this.
It's gonna be what, 3 grams of crack?
No, I think it's methamphetamine.
Times are changing. Think the kid smoked it?
More likely he was transporting it for somebody.
Okay, so that's one thing.
Check it out. Little Gloomy Comics Digest.
What's the resale value on that, do you think?
Maybe the sunglasses?
Full assortment of designer shades.
Courtesy of the rack at Barney's?
Anton Caviello. Kid had good taste, at least.
And then like a ticket, which I think is right here.
What's playing on the Discman? Ricky Martin. That's what comes of living La Vida Loca. You don't notice the sneak thieves.
Wonder Woman, where are you?
If the kid drew that, he's pretty good. A cry for help?
To a superhero? He could at least learn how to spell Wonder Woman.
Hello, Nines. I circled this.
Pastrami on rye.
I recognize the sticker. Those are from that deli on 45th and Broadway.
No. Okay. So maybe the blue thing right
And
there.
March handbag. Deborah would kill for one of these. Not that she's ever going to get one on my salary. Top of the world ticket. Time stamped 2 o'clock on the 25th.
So his mom took him to the top of the World Trade Center for Christmas?
Or maybe he took himself up, so he could collect his own Christmas presents from all the tourists while they were busy gawking out the window.
You're a cynic, Curtis, but you're probably right.
Hey, what's that?
Voucher for a free lunch at the 9th Avenue Community Center.
And it's from a child welfare agency. Good Shepherd. Turn it over.
Bingo.
Aaron Bauer.
Good Shepherd. Name sounds familiar. Catholic agency?
Yeah, I'm calling him right now. This is Detective Ray Curtis of the 27th Precinct. I've got some information about someone, a minor. I believe he may be a client of yours. Name's Aaron Bauer. Yes, old.
Wait a minute. That's that guy. What's his name? Montrose.
Montrose?
Stephen Montrose. He's the director down there. Wrote that book that made a big splash last spring. The Empty High Chair.
Sure. I've seen him on talk shows. He's always going on
About how the child welfare system breaks up families and needs to be reformed from the top down. His agency's been getting tons of good press.
And we'll need the boy's case file as well. Thanks a lot. Kid lived with his mother. Caseworker said she could arrange a meeting at the agency in 3 hours.
Well, this ought to be pleasant.
That's Aaron, all right.
You're the caseworker?
From the start.
Who are they?
This is Detective Briscoe and Detective Curtis.
Cops? You didn't tell me there was going to be cops here.
Sit down, Mrs. Bauer. Mrs. Bauer, there's no easy way to say this. I'm afraid your son Aaron is dead.
Oh.
Nah, he's just messing with you. He's playing possum. He always does that. He makes believe.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Bauer. We found his body last night. Severe head trauma. We're afraid
Give
that...
me a break, okay? Where is he really? You just want to put him back in City Youth Home. That place is a hellhole.
We're trying to figure out who did this to him, and we need you to answer some questions.
Yeah? Shoot.
So City Youth Hall, huh?
Can you tell us when you last saw Aaron?
He was gone when I woke up. Oh, probably off at the arcade. I was sleeping late, so sue me, right? Last night was New Year's Eve.
We know, but when did you see your son?
9 o'clock. That's his bedtime. I tucked him in.
Maybe? Nope, it does not. Okay. Pokemon in chat. So 9 o'clock does not match.
Was there anyone who wished your son harm who might have beat him?
Oh, he's gonna get a beating, I tell you what. He knows damn well what comes of pulling stunts like this. Yeah, he's gonna get it good.
Mrs. Bauer, did Aaron have any enemies?
Enemies? No. He's just a kid.
Whoop.
We found your son's backpack, and that's what led us to you. Some items in it lead us to suspect that he was involved in criminal
Hello, Lord.
activities.
How are you?
Bullshit. My Aaron's a good boy. He ain't the type to do drugs.
Oh, really? Law and Order Legacies.
We didn't say anything about drugs.
Wait a minute. You ain't New York City cops at all. No. You're from Russell County.
What do
You bastard! You goddamn kidnappers ain't gonna get away with this! You're not taking him again! I'll kill you!
What's going on here?
He's my baby! He's my baby!
You don't
My
have to stand for
baby.
this, Mrs. Bauer.
No!
Take a
Of course.
Try again, yeah, for sure. We didn't get much.
That's Aaron, all right.
Yeah, I don't think
You're
it.
the caseworker?
From the start.
I don't think it has the game. I've looked because it's an old game, and the business people went out of business. The ones that made it. I circled back around to this game. I've had it since like 2014, 2015. It's not on Steam anymore either. We were trying to look that up too. Yeah. Hold on. Sounds good. How's it going? You liking the promotion? And thank you for coming in and saying hello. I appreciate it.
Who are they?
This is Detective Briscoe and Detective Curtis.
Cops? You didn't tell me there was going to be cops here.
Sit down, Mrs. Bauer.
Okay, so
Mrs. Bauer, there's no easy way to say this. I'm afraid your son Aaron is dead.
Nah, he's just messing with you. He's playing possum. He always does that. He makes believe.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Bauer. We found his body last night. Severe head trauma. We're afraid
Give
that...
me a break, okay? Where is he really? You just want to put him back in City Youth Home. That place is a hellhole.
We're trying to figure out who did this to him, and we need you to answer some questions.
Yeah? Shoot.
Can you tell us when you last saw Aaron?
He was gone when I woke up. Oh, probably off at the arcade. I was sleeping late, so sue me, right? Last night was New Year's Eve.
We know, but when did you see your son?
9 o'clock. That's his bedtime. I tucked him in.
oh, that's right. Time of death was about 8.
Mrs. Bauer, Aaron was killed at 8.
I told you, that's just pretend.
What do you mean when you say Aaron makes believe? What kind of things does he make believe?
All kinds of stuff. Stuff from the movies. He likes to pretend he's the Terminator.
I don't think this line of inquiry is going to get us anywhere.
Oh, red herring. Okay, well.
Was there anyone who wished your son harm, who might have beat him?
Oh, he's gonna get a beating, I tell you what. He knows damn well what comes of pulling stunts like this. Yeah, he's gonna get it good.
Mrs. Bauer, did Aaron have any enemies?
Enemies? No. He's just a kid.
We found your son's backpack, and that's what led us to you. Some items in it lead us to suspect that he was involved in criminal activities.
Bullshit! My Aaron's a good boy. He ain't the type to do drugs.
We didn't say anything about drugs.
Wait a minute. You ain't New York City cops at all. No. You're from Russell County.
What?
You bastard! You goddamn kidnappers ain't gonna get away with this! You're not taking him again! I'll kill you!
What's going on here?
He's my baby! He's my baby!
You don't
My
have to stand for
baby.
this, Mrs. Bauer.
No!
Take a moment.
Of course.
Stephen Montrose, General Director of Good Shepherd. Would you mind explaining what just happened at my office?
You just interfered with a murder investigation.
Is Jenna Bauer a suspect?
Jenna Bauer is the mother.
Oh, I see. Look, detectives, this agency was set up to serve the needs of at-risk families, those whom the other agencies have abandoned to poverty and addiction.
We understand, but...
Do you? You just come steamrolling in and hit one of my clients with about the most devastating news you can imagine. But instead of leaving her to her grief, you turn around and give her the 3rd degree, like she was a common criminal. Not in my office, detectives, not here.
I'm sorry you don't approve of our technique, Dr. Montrose, but...
I'm familiar with the boy's case history. I can answer your questions.
Welcome on in chat.
What was Mrs. Bauer yelling about when you came in?
Something about us being from Russell County. Come to take her kid.
Can't help you with that one. My knowledge of the Bauers only goes back 2 years. That's when they arrived in New York. Jenna was living on the street when Good Shepherd first intervened, about 6 months later. The legal machine had shunted the boy off to City Youth Home. We successfully fought to get mother and son back together. So you see, Jenna Bauer does have some cause for feeling less than friendly toward the police.
Oh, nope.
Give me some background on Good Shepherd. Did you found this agency?
No, Detective. Good Shepherd has been in existence since 1933. It was founded by the Sisters of Trinity Convent, but their order has been dwindling since Vatican II. It was placed in lay hands in the early 80s, and I was named as director in 95. The church still technically oversees the business, but we're negotiating to purchase it from the Archdiocese.
This is all very interesting, but really, shouldn't we stay focused on Aaron Bauer?
Hey, Red Herring. All right. Well.
When's the last time the Bauer's caseworker paid a visit? Do you know?
Of course. Miss Schuyler filed a visitation report on Christmas Day.
We'll need to see the case file, of course.
I'm sorry, that's not possible.
This is a murder investigation, Dr. Montrose.
The files contain some sensitive material from several years ago, in another state. I assure you nothing remotely relevant to the current tragedy.
I thought you didn't know anything about the Bauers before they came to New York.
Nothing relevant, I meant. Am I a suspect now, too?
Hmm?
Dr. Montrose, I've got to insist that you follow procedure and turn over the Bauer case file.
You should have called ahead, Detective. Procedure dictates that you give us at least 2 hours advanced warning.
Oh, no.
I put in a request when I phoned the caseworker.
Well, I wasn't informed.
Why are you putting up roadblocks? Partner with us here.
Sorry, but I know what happens when you partner with the city. They tell you they're only going to see that you follow state guidelines, but it's really a pretext for legal action. They'd love to take Good Shepherd away from me.
Well, I thought Good Shepherd was run by the Archdiocese.
The same goes double for them. I stay away from all bureaucrats, sacred and secular.
You know we can get a court order.
You can, but you won't. I've fought the city many times, Detective. It's a powerful adversary, but it hates to look bad in public. I know how to make it look bad. That's how I've bought the space to run my agency my way.
Your private kingdom.
Call it what you will.
Aaron was involved in some shady business. There were drugs in his backpack.
Crystal meth.
Is there any possibility that he or his mother...
No. Our clients don't abuse drugs.
Bottom?
You know, detectives,
I
I'm
missed that
beginning to understand
We'll
why
go
my
back to the
client
other one.
reacted to your questions the way she did. If you have any other questions for me or Mrs. Bauer, contact our lawyer. We're done here. Good day.
All right, we're
Stephen
restarting that one.
Montrose, General Director of Good Shepherd. Would you mind explaining what just happened in my office?
You just interfered with a murder investigation.
It's all
Is
good.
Jenna
It's all
Bauer
good.
a suspect?
Jenna Bauer is the mother.
Oh, I see. Look, detectives, this agency was set up to serve the needs of at-risk families, those whom the other agencies have abandoned to poverty and addiction.
We understand, but...
Do you? You just come steamrolling in and hit one of my clients with about the most devastating news you can imagine. But instead of leaving her to her grief, you turn around and give her the 3rd degree, like she was a common criminal. Not in my office, detectives, not here.
I'm sorry you don't approve of our technique, Dr. Montrose, but...
I'm familiar with the boy's case history. I can answer your questions.
Okay, so agency
Give me some
history.
background on Good Shepherd. Did you found this agency?
No, Detective. Good Shepherd has been in existence since 1933. It
Oh,
was founded
that
by
one
the
I don't
Sisters
care.
of Trinity Convent.
Oh, what the hell? Resume,
But their
thank
order
you.
has been dwindling since Vatican II. It was placed in lay hands in the early 80s, and I
Good
was
job.
named as director in 95. The church still technically oversees the business, but we're negotiating to purchase it from the Archdiocese.
Okay.
This is all very interesting, but really, shouldn't we stay focused on Aaron Bauer?
Yes. Let's not worry about that. So, Russell
What
County.
was Mrs. Bauer
That's what I
yelling
was trying
about
to-
when you came in?
Something about us being from Russell County. Come to take her kid.
Can't help you with that one. My knowledge of the Bauers only goes back 2 years. That's when they arrived in New York. Jenna was living on the street when Good Shepherd first intervened, about 6 months later. The legal machine had shunted the boy off to City Youth Home. We successfully fought to get mother and son back together. So you see, Jenna Bauer does have some cause for feeling less than friendly toward the police.
Yes, it does. Want to say the meal voucher. I didn't even pay attention to that one or even write it down. So I want to say the meal voucher was 1998. Nope. All right.
When's the last time the Bowers caseworker paid a visit? Do you know?
Of course. Miss Schuyler filed a visitation report on Christmas Day.
We'll need to see the case file, of course.
I'm sorry, that's not possible.
This is a murder investigation, Dr. Montrose.
The files contain some sensitive material from several years ago, in another state. I assure you nothing remotely relevant to the current tragedy.
I thought you didn't know anything about the Bowers before they came to New York.
Nothing relevant, I meant. Am I a suspect now, too?
Yes, you are.
Aaron was involved in some shady business. There were drugs in his backpack.
Crystal meth.
Is there any possibility that he or his mother...
No. Our clients don't abuse drugs.
Good one.
None of them? You said yourself these are at-risk people.
Of course. Most have struggled with addictions of one sort or another. But each of our clients has made a commitment to turn his or her life around. We've worked closely with Mrs. Bauer. We can vouch for her.
Dr. Montrose, I've got to insist that you follow procedure and turn over the Bauer case file.
You should have called ahead, Detective. Procedure dictates that you give us at least 2 hours advanced warning.
What did I say? Is this a valid objection? No, I don't think so. There we go.
I put in a request when I phoned the caseworker.
Well, I wasn't informed.
Why are you putting up roadblocks? Partner with us here.
Sorry, but I know what happens when you partner with the city. They tell you they're only going to see that you follow state guidelines, but it's really a pretext for legal action. They'd love to take Good Shepherd away from me.
Well, I thought Good Shepherd was run by the Archdiocese.
The same goes double for them. I stay away from all bureaucrats, sacred and secular.
You know we can get a court order.
You can, but you won't. I've fought the city many times, Detective. It's a powerful adversary, but it hates to look bad in public. I know how to make it look bad. That's how I've bought the space to run my agency my way.
Your private kingdom.
Call it what you will.
On the evidence, I'm not so sure Mrs. Bauer should have had custody.
Do you always blame the parent for their child's death, Detective? Or only when the parent is poor?
Now wait a minute.
No, you wait a minute. People like Jenna Bauer have had it hard enough in New York just getting by. It doesn't help when the city's guardians look at them like they were moral degenerates.
She practically bragged that she beat the kid.
You're mistaken, Detective. All of our clients are given intensive training in positive parenting.
So tell me, why did Miss Bauer have such a big problem with cops?
You want to hear about Jenna Bauer's problem with cops? Cops killed Aaron's father. Narco squad kicked down their door in the middle of the night. Started tearing the place apart looking for contraband. When Mr. Bauer stepped forward to defend his home, they shot him. Just another casualty of the drug war. So can you blame Mrs. Bauer for thinking maybe the story was repeating itself?
I just had an enlightening conversation with the sheriff of Russell County, Kansas. He told me about the drug bust that killed Aaron's dad. Apparently, they found 3 pounds of meth in the house.
That's a relevant fact. Wonder if it's in the Bowers case file.
You really think Mom's the killer?
I hope my hunch is wrong, but yeah, I do.
You better hope your hunch is right. Montrose has himself a big megaphone, and he's been making a lot of noise about how you roughed up his client. What's your plan? Subpoena the boy's files?
Maybe. But first, I think we need to pay Mrs. Bauer a visit. Can we get a search warrant, just in case?
The press is still giving us grief over the way we fumbled the preppy jogger case. They're gonna crucify us if you break into this apartment and come up empty. I hope you know what you're doing.
NYPD, open up! Mrs. Bauer, if you don't let us in, we're gonna have to force the door. Oh, man. What a wreck.
If we're lucky, she won't come back and make a scene.
I wouldn't worry about that.
Oh, hell.
Ooh, another dead body.
Dead?
Very.
I'll call dispatch.
Pokemon in chat.
Yeah, this is Briscoe. We're on the scene at the Bauer residence, and we're going to need an ME. Looks like a 10109. Yeah, right.
Lights don't work.
No heat either. I'm guessing the electricity's been cut off.
I wonder how long. Wasn't Good Shepherd supposed to take care of this kind of thing?
We've got 2 victims now. Let's get a better picture of how they died and how they live.
All right, so pipe, drinking, source of income, Aaron's cause of death. So the source of drinking is right there.
Vodka bottle's empty.
And so's a bottle of Xanax. I think we found our cause of death.
Of course, pipe.
Meth pipe. Looks like Mom had a bad habit.
Guess we know who Aaron was bringing the candy for.
And knowing meth addicts, I can imagine she wasn't too compassionate when he came home without it.
All right, let's look around. There's like a ticket kind of thing. What's that?
Somebody paid Jenna Bauer $1,000 back in April. New Directions Holding Company.
I have a feeling $1,000 checks didn't show up in her mailbox all that often.
I wonder how she scored this one.
Okay, now the other one is Aaron's cause of death. Well, they said he was beat, so let's see. Maybe this? Maybe? Nope. I'll look at the statue.
Wonder how this fell over.
Mrs. Talus's Statue of Liberty clock.
Damn it, Lenny. Look, right there.
Blood.
I can guess whose. The poor kid comes home with this crap, and she beats him with it. Satisfied?
Yeah, I think our killer's gonna miss her date in court.
You think she overdosed on purpose? Out of guilt?
Maybe. She's a junkie, Ray. Don't hurt yourself trying to figure it out. Well, what do you know?
M.E.?
It's the caseworker from Good Shepherd. And she's knocking on the wrong door. Oh, hey, miss, the party's down here.
Detective Briscoe? What are you doing? Oh my god! It's Mrs. Bauer!
I'm afraid so.
Tell me, did the place look like this on Christmas Day?
Well, how should I know?
Isn't that the date of your last visit?
My last visit? I wasn't here on Christmas. Oh. I'd better call the office about this. Dr. Montrose? Yeah, I'm at the apartment. There's something you should know.
Yeah, I thought it was him.
The Bauer case. Isn't it time we close the file on that one?
I'd love to, believe me, but justice hasn't been done.
Poetic justice, maybe. Nobody comes away from this one looking good, including us.
What Detective Curtis is saying is, we think you've got a case against the Good Shepherd Agency.
Against Stephen Montrose, you mean? The champion of the downtrodden?
Are you saying he's the killer?
No, but his agency failed to prevent the deaths. We feel he's responsible.
Oh, great.
Go ahead, I'm listening. Tell me why we should go after Montrose.
Law says a child welfare agency's got to check in with clients regularly.
And Good Shepherd didn't?
Apparently not.
She drew a blank when we asked about her last visit.
And Montrose himself basically admitted that he ignores state procedure.
Are we going to stand by and let our social service agencies go rogue?
Jack, we don't have a case against him.
Not yet. Let's see what's in those case files.
Here's the last record in the file.
What about the sensitive material from several years ago Montrose told us about?
Mysteriously missing.
Christmas Day, huh? That is one dedicated caseworker.
That's one lying caseworker. We got a ticket says Aaron Bauer was at the top of the World Trade Center at 2 that afternoon.
This report's a complete fabrication, no question. But who do we indict? Simplest thing would be to go after the caseworker, but...
Montrose says he prefers to be the point of contact with the city.
Then let's give him what he wants.
Throughout his career, Stephen Montrose has continually shown a light on the system's indifference to its most vulnerable citizens. Tuesday afternoon, the system struck back.
We know what the columns are saying, Miss Jameson. We intend to prove that Dr. Montrose is guilty as charged.
Manslaughter with gross negligence?
In addition to one count of falsification of records with intent to deceive.
I'm afraid you won't get the chance to present those records in court. I'm filing a motion to suppress. Paperwork went through the day before the subpoena was served. Good Shepherd is no longer run by the Archdiocese of New York. It's now an entirely private agency, administered through Dr. Montrose's holding company, New Directions.
So you propose to throw out the evidence because we put the wrong address on the subpoena? Of all the underhanded ploys.
The argument is technically correct. Improper service of a subpoena invalidates admissibility. The court finds for the motion.
Fine. We'll proceed without it.
Uh-oh.
Dr. Montrose, we've heard in graphic detail about the final days of Aaron Bauer. It's natural to feel pity and perhaps even outrage over the manner in which he died. So tell the court, are you in fact guilty of gross negligence?
No, I am not.
Let me read you a quote. Neglect is built into our current welfare system. The client is a mere asset to be kept or traded as it benefits the agency.
You're reading to me from my own book, The Empty High Chair, published last spring. My agency is different.
Indeed, Good Shepherd is distinguished for treating its clients with dignity, as individuals with needs. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Objection! Leading. Defense is giving a speech for her client.
Sustained. Let's concentrate on the facts of this case, shall we?
Were you personally involved in the case of Aaron Bauer?
I involve myself personally in every one of my cases, and this was especially true with respect to Aaron.
How so?
When the Bauers first came to my attention, Aaron had been taken into state custody and shut away inside City Youth Home. I know that institution well. I spent my own formative years there. Nobody deserves to go to City Youth Home. Nobody.
And yet, despite your personal involvement in this case, Aaron Bauer was killed. How do you explain this?
One word: drugs. First it was the crack epidemic. Now, just as that's beginning to subside, an even worse plague is sweeping through New York. It's a plague that destroys mostly those on the margins, so it's easy for the rest of us to ignore.
Do you have some ideas for addressing this problem?
Oh, I have many ideas on the subject. They can all be found in my book, The Empty High Chair.
Jenna Bauer lapsed back into addiction, unbeknownst to you, although your caseworker visited her as recently as Christmas Day.
I'm afraid that's correct. In spite of our vigilance, in spite of intensive therapy, the siren call of crystal meth proved too much for her. And once she began using again, she quickly became a danger to her son.
How did she manage to pull the wool over your eyes?
It's one of the most insidious aspects of the syndrome. I've seen it many times. The addict puts up a false front of normalcy, a front that can fool even a trained observer.
Objection! No expert standing.
Your Honor, Dr. Montrose is director of a licensed welfare agency. He holds a PhD in social work from Cornell. He is eminently qualified to comment on the behavior of addicts.
Agreed. Objection overruled.
One last question.
Shit.
Has this tragedy caused you to re-examine your practice?
Naturally, we're thoroughly reviewing our procedures. We exist to serve our clients. The death of one impoverishes us all.
Of course. Thank you, Dr. Montrose. Your witness, Mr. McCoy.
Yeah, we're going to definitely replay that scene.
Dr. Montrose, we've heard in graphic detail about the final days of Aaron Bauer. It's natural to feel pity and perhaps even outrage over the manner in which he died. So tell the court, are you in fact guilty of gross negligence?
No, I am not.
Let me read you a quote. Neglect is built into our current welfare system. The client is a mere asset to be kept or traded as it benefits the agency.
You're reading to me from my own book, The Empty High Chair, published last spring. My agency is different.
Indeed, Good Shepherd is distinguished for treating its clients with dignity, as individuals with needs. Isn't that right?
Objection!
That's
Leading. Defense is giving a speech for her client.
Sustained. Let's concentrate on the facts of this case, shall we?
Were you personally involved in the case of Aaron Bauer?
I involved myself personally in every one of my cases, and this was especially true with respect to Aaron.
How so?
When the Bowers first came to my attention, Aaron had been taken into state custody and shut away inside City Youth Home. I know that institution well. I spent my own formative years there. Nobody deserves to go to City Youth Home. Nobody.
And yet, despite your personal involvement in this case, Aaron Bauer was killed. How do you explain this?
One word: drugs. First it was the crack epidemic. Now, just as that's beginning to subside, an even worse plague is sweeping through New York. It's a plague that destroys mostly those on the margins, so it's easy for the rest of us to ignore.
Do you have some ideas for addressing this problem?
Objection!
Would it be misleading the jury?
Immaterial. The defendant is changing the subject.
Sustained. Please strike that
There we
last
go.
statement from the testimony. New York City is not on trial here.
Jenna Bauer lapsed
Pokemon.
back into addiction, unbeknownst to you, although your caseworker visited her as recently as Christmas Day.
I'm afraid that's correct. In spite of our vigilance, in spite of intensive therapy, the siren call of crystal meth proved too much for her. And once she began using again, she quickly became a danger to her son.
How did she manage to pull the wool over your eyes?
It's one of the most insidious aspects of the syndrome. I've seen it many times. The addict puts up a false front of normalcy, a front that can fool even a trained observer.
Objection! Withdrawn.
One last question. Has this tragedy caused you to re-examine your practice?
Naturally, we're thoroughly reviewing our procedures. We exist to serve our clients. The death of one impoverishes us all.
Of course. Thank you, Dr. Montrose. Your witness, Mr. McCoy.
All right. Let's see what we could do.
Dr. Montrose. Your agency advocated for Jenna Bauer in her bid to regain custody of her son, Aaron. In retrospect, was this in Aaron's best interest?
Considering his fate, the answer has to be no. But hindsight is always 20/20.
At the time, you believed the opposite to be self-evident, right? Every mother deserves to retain the custody of her children?
We weighed the pros and cons of Jenna Bauer's case, and we came to the conclusion that she deserved a second chance. Perhaps if we'd had more facts at our disposal, we would have agreed with the city's decision.
Don't think so.
In this case, the alternative was placing Aaron in City Youth Home. You simply didn't want him there. Dr. Montrose, have you ever signed off on moving a child from his parents' custody into the institutional foster care system?
No.
State guidelines for social welfare agencies mandate one home visit per month at the very least.
You needn't lecture me. I'm well acquainted with state guidelines.
Do you follow them?
Yes, Mr. McCoy. We follow the state guidelines meticulously.
Good Shepherd didn't have its own guidelines?
No.
Sweetheart, thank you, thank you. Thank you, sweetie. The guidelines don't apply to Good Shepherd. Case recommended to be good. The Good Shepherd makes up the rules as it goes along. Just told the detectives that it sees making its own guidelines. I want to say that one or that one. Was the third one.
You've heard Detective Curtis's account of what he found in Jenna Bauer's apartment, and you've seen the pictures.
Indeed, I have. What can I say? Appalling. I had no idea until this very morning when my counsel showed me the pictures.
Oh, no. Okay.
You're the expert, Dr. Montrose. Do you think it's possible for conditions to degenerate that rapidly in a mere 8 days?
It's possible, I suppose. But I have to admit, if I were an outside observer, I'd find it a difficult story to swallow. Indeed, if it weren't for my faith in my employer, Miss Schuyler, I'd be inclined to think it was a story.
Really? No further questions, Your Honor.
Yeah, there is.
Dr. Montrose.
All right, so let's see.
Your agency advocated for Jenna Bauer in her bid to regain custody of her son, Aaron. In retrospect, was this in Aaron's best interest?
Considering his fate, the answer has to be no. But hindsight is always 20/20.
At the time, you believed the opposite to be self-evident, right? Every mother deserves to retain the custody of her children?
We weighed the pros and cons of Jenna Bauer's case, and we came to the conclusion that she deserved a second chance. Perhaps if we'd had more facts at our disposal, we would have agreed with the city's decision.
No, you wanna.
In this case, the alternative was placing Aaron in City Youth Home. You simply didn't want him there. Dr. Montrose, have you ever signed off on moving a child from his parents' custody into the institutional foster care system?
No.
You've stated that your work is your life.
Yes?
If that's so, where did you find the time to write and publicize a book?
Objection. Immaterial.
Sustained.
Where was he trying to go with this?
Oh, whoops, that's a red herring. Let's not do that again.
State guidelines for social welfare agencies mandate one home visit per month at the very least.
You needn't lecture me. I'm well acquainted with state guidelines.
Do you follow them?
Yes, Mr. McCoy. We follow the state guidelines meticulously.
Good Shepherd didn't have its own guidelines?
No.
Didn't you tell the detectives that Good Shepherd makes its own guidelines?
I don't recall saying anything of the sort.
Think back, Dr. Montrose. It was during the same interview in which you refused to turn over Aaron Bauer's case files, in clear violation of standard procedure.
Objection, immaterial.
It goes to credibility, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I won't deny that our agency operates according to unique procedures, but if anything, our guidelines are more comprehensive than the state's.
You've heard Detective Curtis's account of what he found in Jenna Bauer's apartment, and you've seen the pictures.
Indeed, I have. What can I say? Appalling. I had no idea until this very morning when my counsel showed me the pictures.
We know your caseworker, Ms. Schuyler, briefed you after Mrs. Bauer's body was discovered.
Well, yes, of course, but it takes a picture to really communicate the situation.
You're the expert, Dr. Montrose. Do you think it's possible for conditions to degenerate that rapidly in a mere 8 days?
It's possible, I suppose. But I have to admit, if I were an outside observer, I'd find it a difficult story to swallow. Indeed, if it weren't for my faith in my employer, Miss Schuyler, I'd be inclined to think it was a story.
Really? No further questions, Your Honor.
Defense calls Wanda Schuyler to the witness stand. I know this is difficult for you, Miss Schuyler, but I want you to recall for us the moment you stepped into Jenna Bauer's apartment on January 1st.
It was like stepping off a cliff, you know?
Because of your feelings for Mrs. Bauer, you mean? Because you cared about her so much?
Objection! Leading?
Sustained.
Would you say you had a personal connection with Aaron Bauer?
Yes, I did. Aaron, he was a great kid. Talented, you know. He wanted to be a comic book artist when he grew up. He and I had a little private game where he pretended I was a superhero.
But he didn't say or do anything in the last few months to indicate his home life was deteriorating?
No, you know how boys can be at his age. Stoic. He probably thought it would be unmanly or disloyal to tattle on his mom.
How long have you been employed with Good Shepherd, Miss Schuyler?
It'll be 3 years in April.
And in that time, has Dr. Montrose ever encouraged you to be negligent in your duties?
Not at all, no. Dr. Montrose is an inspiration. He knows firsthand how broken the system is, and he's completely passionate about reforming it. It's energizing. I only wish I just wish this hadn't happened to him. I mean, to all of us.
Of course. We all do. Your witness.
We missed one, but that ain't bad.
Miss Schuyler, Dr. Montrose has testified that you visited the Bauers in their apartment on Christmas Day. At that time, did you find any indications that Jenna Bauer had lapsed back into her addiction to crystal meth?
I didn't see any.
I never made that visit. I don't have an excuse. I simply failed to do my job, and then I faked the report after the fact to cover up. I'm sorry, Dr. Montrose.
That's not what you said at the deposition. Are you changing your testimony, Miss Schuyler?
I guess so.
Were you briefed about this? Your Honor, prosecution was unprepared for this development. We petitioned the court for a continuance.
Petition granted. We will resume trial next week.
I've been at the bar 30 years, Miss Jameson, but I don't think I've ever witnessed such a blatantly unethical maneuver. Instructing a witness to change her testimony without altering the deposition.
You have no grounds for accusing me of complicity.
You'd better hope I don't find any. Now, why are you protecting Dr. Montrose?
Don't let yourself be intimidated, Miss Schuyler. You don't have to answer anything.
No, but you do have to go to jail if you're found guilty of falsifying documents.
We need you to come clean. Please. If you're telling the truth about forging that report, then you must have lied when you said you cared about Aaron.
That's not true. I did care. We had a bond.
Why would you neglect your duties towards someone you care about?
You mentioned on the stand something about a private game between you and Aaron.
It was just a silly joke. It didn't mean anything.
It did to him, I think.
You were his hero, but you failed.
You have to understand.
Wanda, be quiet.
I can't. You know I believe in Dr. Montrose, but I just can't. You'd better go.
I represent you.
Not anymore.
Pokemon in chat.
Now, what's the real story? Miss Schuyler, I hold here your personal copy of a visitation report dated December 25th, signed by you and Dr. Montrose. Did you write this report?
No,
Who did?
Dr. Montrose.
But this is your signature.
Yes.
If you didn't write this report, why did you put your name on it?
He said, Dr. Montrose told me the city wanted to use the Bauer tragedy as a pretext for legal action, taking over the agency. Putting my name on that document was the only way to save it.
When did you last visit Jenna and Aaron Bauer?
Last spring? 8 months ago.
Just after Dr. Montrose's book was published.
Yes, that's when things started getting really crazy for all of us. We were flooded with new clients. There was no way we could keep up with them. And then one day, Dr. Montrose called us into his office and told us about his new early graduation program.
Tell us about Dr. Montrose's early graduation program.
He said he determined that a number of our clients no longer needed our services.
According to state guidelines.
No, according to his own guidelines. He called them his early graduates. He mailed each of them a certificate and a one-time payment of $1,000 in exchange for...
In exchange for them keeping quiet.
Yes.
Your witness.
We need to talk.
Ready to cut a deal?
My fate is immaterial, Mr. McCoy. My sole concern is to keep the reform movement from falling apart.
Very noble. What are you proposing?
Dr. Montrose pleads to negligence and serves a 12-month probation. He agrees to step aside and allow an acting director to run Good Shepherd for the length of the term.
Oh, what an example of self-sacrifice that is. I've got a better idea, Dr. Montrose.
Mm. He didn't kill anybody but that boy. But he did do, like, negligence. But he had to kill that, or he would have. Our little boy wouldn't be dead if he didn't send him to his mom. Whatever.
You plead to negligence and manslaughter, 2 consecutive 4-year terms, plus a $25,000 fine for forgery. Good Shepherd goes into court receivership.
And allow my life's work to be undone by a bunch of court-appointed hacks? No chance.
Looks like we're fighting this one to the end. See you in court, McCoy.
Welcome back to the stand, Dr. Montrose. Perhaps this time we can get to the truth. Wanda Schuyler has made some remarkable assertions. Would you care to revise any of your previous statements in the light of her testimony?
Well, clearly I was mistaken in claiming that Good Shepherd did everything it could to avert this tragedy. The caseworker assigned to the Bowers was negligent. Criminally negligent.
Were you aware of her negligence? Did you in fact order her to stop making home visits?
Self-serving lies. I'm guilty of trusting in her professionalism, nothing else. I'm a very busy man, Mr. McCoy. I don't get personally involved in every case.
Allow me to read from the transcript. Counsel for the defense, were you personally involved in the case of Aaron Bauer? Defendant, I involve myself personally in every one of my cases.
Well, yes, I said that, but there's only so much of me to go around.
Wanda Schuyler mentioned an early graduation program. Dr. Montrose, did you issue payouts to your clients, then drop them from your active client list without ever informing Child Protective Services?
Of course not. That's a complete fabrication.
Your Honor, I would like to submit People's Exhibit D into evidence. A receipt for a $1,000 check issued to Jenna Bauer by the defendant's holding company, New Directions.
Objection. Immaterial. New Directions is a completely different and unconnected corporate entity. If they issued a check to Jenna Bauer, that has no bearing on Dr. Montrose's culpability.
Oh, nope.
Hardly immaterial, Your Honor.
Agreed. Objection overruled.
So, Did you send Mrs. Bauer a $1,000 check last April, Dr. Montrose? Or is that also a complete fabrication?
I may have done so.
You don't remember?
I believe I did.
What prompted you? Charity?
Of course. The Bowers were very poor. They needed help.
Yes, they did. But you gave them cash.
Dr. Montrose has devoted his life to helping those who have been failed by the system, but some, sadly, are beyond help. And sometimes a good agency can be undone by the actions of one dishonest employee. If Wanda Schuyler hadn't failed to discharge her duties and then compounded her failure with lies, might Good Shepherd have been able to save Jenna and Aaron Bauer? We'll never know. It's a bitter irony that a champion of reform should fail to spot the corruption among his own staff. He can be faulted, perhaps, for being too trusting, too optimistic about human nature. Surely this is no crime. But if my client is convicted of these charges, if he's sent to jail and his reform movement is crushed by the powers that be, it will be more than a crime. It will be an outrage.
The deaths of Aaron and Jenna Bauer left Dr. Montrose with a terrible decision to make. He could acknowledge his agency's mistake, but this would compromise his moral authority as a public advocate. Or he could cover up the evidence of his neglect and perhaps preserve his reputation at the expense of his integrity. Dr. Montrose chose the less noble expedient. Dr. Montrose made his name arguing that our welfare system treats its clients like numbers. He proposed to treat them with dignity as individuals. His message resonated with millions, and he became famous. But the demands of celebrity caused him to neglect his own principles. In the end, his own clients were reduced to numbers. Numbers on checks. Children belong with their parents. This is a sentiment that resonates with us, and we can be grateful that Dr. Montrose's advocacy has helped push our welfare system to take the claims of parents more seriously. But not every individual case conforms to the ideal. In the case of Jenna and Aaron Bauer, the defendant's ideals blinded him to the realities of the case and led him to make a serious error. What causes people to commit crimes of gross negligence? I've run across many motives in my day: resentment, greed, indifference, callousness. Dr. Montrose is motivated to make the world a better place. His good intentions, it seems, have blinded him to the evil he has perpetrated. That's what makes him a tragic figure and a dangerous one. And that's why it's so imperative that justice be done.
Have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor. In the case of gross negligence, we find the defendant, Stephen Montrose, guilty as charged. In the case of manslaughter...
Another victory for truth and justice.
Is it? Good Shepherd will go into receivership, and before long it'll be just another child welfare agency.
Montrose was a fraud, Jack. He got what he deserves.
But does his movement deserve to die? How many parents are going to lose their kids as a result of this decision?
Hey, it's not our job to second guess. Our job is to call them as we seize them and trust that it'll all work out in the end. Come on, let's get a drink.
Allison, you look great.
I feel great. I've even been running again. Where's Detective Curtis?
His daughter's birthday tonight. So I'm guessing your recovery is going better than the last time we talked.
Last time we talked, I was in a coma. I've been seeing a hypnotherapist, of all things.
Anything jogged your memory? Sorry, I was terrible.
No, I do remember running with Harrison.
The orange overhead lamps and the trees. But that's it. Nothing after. I'm sorry.
Don't be. Trauma like this, there's often memory loss.
I still miss him, though. Harrison's family's been great. His father's been taking care of all the bills. And of course, he's pleased as punch about his new grandson. We're calling him Brendan.
Good. We sort of wondered if the surprise grandbaby might be a problem.
Not at all. So we weren't married. So we were in high school. Things like this teach you that stuff doesn't matter. Grandpa Bedford loves that boy to death.
Any more thoughts on who would have wanted to kill Harrison?
No, everyone loved him. You really think someone targeted him? In the papers, they just call it a thrill kill.
Yeah, don't believe everything you read.
Well, thanks for everything, Detective. I'm sorry I can't help more.
Take care, Allison.
Interesting. Be right back. I'm gonna go use the restroom. Alrighty. So we've actually got pretty far on some of them. Some of them we probably still need to like pay attention a little bit to, but oh, there's an ear witness, huh?
In the criminal justice system, the people are represented by two separate yet equally important groups: the police who investigate crime and the district attorneys who prosecute the offenders. These are their stories.
Come on, Henry. The store's across the street. No holding hands now. Just follow my voice. One day you're going to have to do all this on your own. I don't like the look of this.
Hey, y'all the ones who shot PK!
Yeah, whatever, man. Gangbanging ain't for you, son. Stay in school.
Yo, say that to get in my face, son!
Take my hand now, Henry. Let's get inside. No. There's no call for that. Mama?
Nina!
Mama?
Detectives?
Hey, Fontana. What do we got?
The victim is one Shar Jackson, age 26, lived in the neighborhood. She was walking with her son Henry when she apparently got caught in the crossfire during a gang dispute. The crack security guard they got here claims he saw most of it.
What about the kid? He see the shooter?
No, kid's blind.
Oh, well, anything else?
The guard claims he saw two cars leave the scene but didn't get makes or models. Lucky for us, he's a car guy. Says the engine on one was really loud. Let me walk you through what CSU picked up. Got a receipt dated today. 4 bottles of Mad Scott. Someone was getting the drink on. 3 shell casings, maybe from the 9mm we found. We found this baby. I thought we had our murder weapon, but now I'm not so sure.
Saturday night special. Fake wooden handle. Man, this thing is a piece of, work.
Over there we got some gang graffiti. PK it says.
PK?
Probably a tag, one of the locals. We're asking around. Bunch of beer bottles. Hoping to get some DNA maybe. We got a can of spray paint, freshly used. Maybe get some prints off that. And that's about the size of it.
Find any cigarette butts or anything? I'm hoping to get lucky with another DNA hit.
Nah, nothing like that unfortunately. The place was pretty clean for this part of town. Maybe someone swept up last night. Hard to say. Oh, and one more thing.
What's that?
The kid doesn't know his mom's dead yet.
Guess we're clear. Let's talk to our witnesses.
We should start with the boys so CPS can get him out of here. Hi there. It's Henry, right? I'm Olivia. And this, with me is my partner, Ray. Henry, I know this is really hard, but we need to ask you some questions so we can help your mom, okay?
Is she dead?
Do you have any family we can call for you, Henry?
We don't have anybody, my mama and me.
Henry, Did your mom believe in heaven?
We go to church every Sunday. She sings in the choir.
Well, your mom is in heaven now. That's where she'll be when you see her again, a long time from now. Henry, we can do this another time. Are you sure there isn't anyone we can call?
I can tell you what happened. I heard everything.
Did you hear anything unusual before your mother was shot, Henry?
There was a fight.
Was your mother involved?
They were gangbangers, my mama called them one time. They started shouting and cussing each other. Then I heard them fighting.
Could you tell if they were close or far away?
There. They were over there. One of them said, "Y'all the one who shot PK," and then the others, they just laughed. And then that's when they started to fight.
Did you hear the gunshots, Henry?
I heard 3, one after the other. My ears still hurt.
Can you point to where you heard them from?
Over there.
I want to make sure I understand, Henry. You pointed one way when we asked you where the fight happened, but you pointed the other way when we asked you where the shots came from. What else did you hear, besides the shots?
When one of the men who were fighting yelled, "Say that to my face," right before the shots. Afterward, I heard another man cry out the name Nina.
Nina. You're sure?
Yes, ma'am. First the gunshots, then he said Nina, then everybody ran.
Oh, no.
You said everyone ran after the shots were fired. How could you tell, Henry?
I heard feet on the pavement. A couple of people ran that way. Then I heard some other people get inside a car behind me, out on the street. They screeched their tires when they drove off.
Probably our gangbangers leaving the scene. Anything else?
Yeah, I heard another car over there. Someone got in and drove away real fast.
Henry, did you hear anything when the cars drove away? Maybe a funny noise, like a rattle or a squeak?
I heard a Dodge Charger with a 5.7-liter Hemi V8. It was the one parked over there.
Wow. How could you tell, Henry?
I heard the door ringing when they opened it. Dodge Charger's the only car makes that noise when you open the door with the key still inside.
We believe you, Henry. But how do you know that?
My pastor's son used to have the same car before he left for college. I know everything about that car. I even helped him fix it.
We'll check it out.
Thanks, Henry. Go see Officer Fontana for a second, okay?
He's a smart kid.
Brave, too.
He believes what he heard, but will any of this hold up in court?
Well, I believe it, too. You trust my instincts?
So far, but I gotta be honest. I'm worried you might be a little compromised here.
Compassion for an 11-year-old who just lost his mother doesn't compromise me, Curtis.
Hey, I want to nail the scumbag who did this just as much as you. Let's talk to our other witness.
Jesus, it's about time. You know it took 20 minutes for the squad cars to get here? Not that I blame them.
How's that?
Look around you, detective. They shoot each other every day out here. They even shoot at the paramedics who come to help them. They're animals.
Who?
All this gangbanger scum. This neighborhood used to be great. Never worried about anything.
Paradise, huh?
Anyway, I saw the whole thing. Go ahead, ask me anything.
Where were you when all this was happening?
In the store. I came out not long
Thank you,
after the
thank you.
fight started.
Did you see anyone else in the parking lot besides the gangbangers?
Nah, honestly, I love it when gangbangers kill each other. If I'd have seen that lady and her kid, I would have called the police sooner, you know?
So, no one else besides the bangers, the kid, and his mom?
No.
Nope, it didn't.
You get a look at whoever bought the bottle of Mad Scott earlier?
Hell no. I'm not a damn cashier. To tell you what, shouldn't be hard to figure it out. We're the only store that sells that garbage in like 100 miles. No one else will touch it. But the good citizens around here seem to like it.
You see who took the shots?
Not exactly. There was too many of them. But I know they came from the gangbangers that were tearing up the asphalt in the parking lot.
How can you be sure?
I saw the whole thing. First they were fighting, the next minute, bam, bam! Just 2 shots. That's all it took. Then they scatter like rats.
Actually, we found 3 shell casings.
You did? Weird.
You know what, David? Your story doesn't jibe real well with the other witness testimony.
Who? Some blind kid?
Maybe we should take this conversation downtown. Let you sit in the tank for a while.
Wait. I remember. I went to the alley for a smoke break. When I finished, I started walking back towards the store, and that's when the fight broke out. Okay?
No, it's Law and Order.
Smoke break? That's what you're going with.
We didn't find any evidence of smoking in the alley, David. Though we did find an empty
Hello.
6-pack of beer.
You mind giving us a swab of your DNA? For comparison.
What?
You'd do that for us, right? Do your part to clean up the neighborhood?
Alright, fine. I was back there drinking.
So let's try this again. What did you see?
I was just inside the alley. I was having a beer. I saw the gangbangers getting into it.
You recognize any of these guys?
One of them is called Lil Doc. He's been looking to cap someone.
Not Shar Jackson.
No, some other banger killed his homie PK.
Like the tag in the alley.
Yeah, and he'll do it too. He's got a gun.
How do you know?
'Cause he shoved it right in my face once when I told him to leave the store.
So you got a good look?
Yeah, cheap
Thank
little
you, thank
Saturday
you.
night special. Silver, fake wooden handle. Looked like a Glock, but it was obviously a knockoff. What a joke.
You said you saw 2 cars leaving the scene. You remember makes and models? Plates?
One of them was really loud, like a V8, something big. Turned to look when the driver gunned it. I caught some of the plate.
Okay, David, sit tight. We may be back later. So what do we got? The testimony of an 11-year-old who can't see and a security guard hiding in the alley.
We got a partial license plate and a name.
I'll call a gang unit, see if they can put a name to Lil Doc before someone else gets hurt during his little turf war.
Henry, it's Olivia again. Officer Fontana is going to take you to Child Services, where you'll be safe.
Can I come home with you?
I'm sorry, Henry, but I'll come see you tonight. I promise.
I don't want to leave my mama.
I'll go with her. I promise. Hey, Curtis, listen, can you handle the vehicle search?
Don't give it a second thought. Go.
Thanks for covering. Any hits on Lil Doc?
Not yet. Gang unit hasn't got back to me, and CSU is still looking at the weapon we recovered.
The license plate?
Dodge Charger, registered to a Mr. Scott Leonard, lives half a mile from the Busy Mart.
Well, well, well.
Detective Curtis, you have a guest. I put him in room 2.
Do we know each other?
Oh, I know you. Been making noise, spreading my name around.
Lil Doc? You're Tarvarius Sims. I've read your rap sheet.
One and the same.
Nice to meet you, Sims. Now, if you pardon the question, why the hell are you here? It's hard to believe you're just doing your civic duty.
Maybe I want to clear the air. Maybe your idea of who I am and how I operate ain't all that accurate, detective.
All right, so where were you Tuesday, Sims?
Little League, Boy Scouts, evening prayers. You know how we do.
Does your Boy Scout troop give you badges for shooting innocent women?
Man, I wasn't nowhere near that place.
We have an eyewitness who saw you in the parking lot, Sims.
Your little turf war.
Yeah, you catch the guy who started shooting?
Maybe. I'm looking at him. Some people said it was you.
Man, I don't even own a gun.
So what was it? Revenge for your homie, PK?
It ain't nothing like that.
Did you ever own a gun, Tarvarius?
Hell no, I don't have a gun.
No, it was at the store.
Our friend David Zemsta says otherwise. He even identified your little Saturday night special.
David who?
The security guard.
Oh, him?
We have a witness telling us the 9mm we found at the crime scene belonged to you.
Who you got as a witness, man? The KKK or the Super K? Maybe he just got his wish.
What's that supposed to mean?
He's a racist. Hangs out with them other bald-headed hoodbillies. Always following black folk around the store, kicking us out.
Why? You didn't fill out a complaint form?
Whatever, man. Last time I was in there, he starts up with me, so I pulled my 9. Put it in his face. Crazy-ass white boy didn't even flinch.
Yeah, we heard this story.
Oh, yeah? Well, did he tell you how he's gonna shoot me like a dog and how a race war is coming?
Nope. That's interesting. If it wasn't you that shot Shar Jackson, then who was it?
Lady, I don't know. We was fighting, okay? Yeah, I pulled my 9 and I told him to back off. That's when we heard the shots.
From where? Who?
Hell if I know. You hear shots in my neighborhood, you run. For a minute, I thought it was them. They probably thought it was us.
You sure it wasn't?
Nah, my homies wasn't strapped. And I found out later neither were the other ones. I'm telling you this. The shots came from somewhere else, yo.
I think it was across the street. Either behind him or across the street. Behind him.
All right, Sims. Assuming the ballistics comes back negative on your gun,
which it will.
Who do you figure for the shooter?
Let's see. Black kids on the street getting shot at, black lady dead, and a racist white security guard? Gee, I really have no idea.
We'll check him out.
Hey, that lady, she's the mother of that blind kid, right?
That's right.
Yeah, I've seen him around. He okay?
No, Sims. Not really.
Sorry to hear that. It ain't right.
Don't leave town. We may need to talk to you again.
There goes my trip to the French Riviera.
How'd it go with Sims?
He admits to being there and to owning the gun, but claims he's not the shooter. We're waiting on CSU.
I had them move it to the top of the pile. The 9mm slugs that killed Shar Jackson were a match for the shell casings found at the scene, which are not a match for the gun you found. They had to fix it just to test fire it.
So where does that leave us?
With this, check out what I just found. David Zemsta, our security guard. Turns out he belongs to an organization he didn't mention to us. Here's a little video he posted to his blog.
White power. Hey everyone, it's me, David Z. Big say Kyle to all you freedom fighters out there. Today's video is going to be about how to foster black on black violence with just a simple can of spray paint. Simply tag a wall or building in a rival gang's alley. Even better if you can slur one of their dead. They hate that. Remember, resistance by any means necessary.
I'd say the security guard is a pretty safe bet.
I already could have told you that.
I knew there was something I didn't like about you the first second I saw you.
'Cause my skin is white?
We found some graffiti in the alley behind your store. Pretty nasty stuff. The kind of thing might start a local gang war.
The wind blows and it starts a gang war. So what?
What do you think would happen if somebody tagged over PK's name?
How the hell would I know? I got no idea.
Was it that? No, it wasn't.
You spelled it out for us on the White Nation Socialist website. Find a tag, cross it out, add a rivals tag.
We found a can of black spray paint in the alley. I'm betting your prints are all over it.
It was just an idea, protected by the First Amendment. It doesn't prove that I actually shot anyone.
I don't get it. Why not channel all that passion into something positive?
Because we've got to take our cities and our neighborhoods back.
One more chance. Who was the shooter?
I told you already. Lil Doc, Tarvaria Sims. I saw him shoot that woman.
Not really.
Wrong again, amigo. So much for the superiority of the Aryan race. Sims's gun was not a match.
I just remembered. It wasn't Tarvarius who took those shots. It was someone from the other gang. The guys from Houston Street.
Yeah?
Sure, yeah. Saw the whole thing, remember?
Right. And this with other witnesses' testimony. No. Shit! Not doing so well.
Yeah, I remember. I remember you told us you didn't see the shooting. Do you know what they do to guys like you in Rikers?
I'll be safe. My brothers will protect me.
There's always going to come some moment when you're all alone.
Benson, let's book this punk. Send him to Rikers and let the brothers there teach him about peace, love, and racial harmony.
You look good for this, Zemsta. You got a history of hate speech against blacks. You have access to a weapon. You know the gang's involved. All I need now is a pretty little bow.
Damn it. No.
No? No what?
He was white. The shooter. Guy in the Charger. White guy. Damn idiot.
You're saying Scott Leonard was the shooter?
Yeah. I saw him there about an hour before. Nice car. He was in our lot like 4 times this week. He'd just drink in the parking lot and sit there for hours. I told him to leave once. He flashed a gun at me. Thought he was there to buy drugs or something.
Oh, yeah? What was he drinking? What did the car look like?
The real cheap stuff. Mad Scotsman. The car was black with a big blue stripe. Charger, I think.
I hate to say it, but he's making a positive ID here.
And would finally prove what Henry's been telling us about where he heard the shots.
Why did he have to be white?
You were supposed to protect people, you sad, sick piece of trash. Now a mother is dead and her kid is an orphan because you were too busy trying to start your race war.
It's coming whether you want it or not.
Go to hell.
Everything's starting to make sense.
Really? I was thinking just the opposite.
Either way, we gotta check out Scott Leonard.
I knew there was something I didn't like about you the first second I saw you.
'Cause my skin is white?
We found some graffiti in the alley behind your store. Pretty nasty stuff. The kind of thing might start a local gang war.
The wind blows and it starts a gang war. So what?
What do you think would happen if somebody tagged over PK's name?
How the hell would I know? I got no idea.
Do you watch any of the Law and Orders? Hello, Hells.
You spelled it out for us on the White Nation Socialist website. Find a tag, cross it out, add a rivals tag.
We found a can of black spray paint in the alley. I'm betting your prints are all over it.
It was just an idea, protected by the First Amendment. It doesn't prove that I actually shot anyone.
One more chance. Who was the shooter?
I told you already. Lil Doc, Tarvarius Sims. I saw him shoot that woman.
Thank you.
Wrong again, amigo. So much for the superiority of the Aryan race. Sims's gun was not a match.
I just remembered. It wasn't Tarvarius who took those shots. It was someone from the other gang. The guys from Houston Street.
Yeah?
Sure, yeah. Saw the whole thing, remember?
Yeah, I remember. I remember you told us you didn't see the shooting. Do you know what they do to guys like you in Rikers?
I'll be safe. My brothers will protect me.
There's always going to come some moment when you're all alone.
Whoops, I forgot that was a red herring, huh? Think.
Benson, let's book this punk. Send him to Rikers and let the brothers there teach him about peace, love, and racial harmony.
You look good for this, Zemsta. You got a history of hate speech against blacks. You have access to a weapon. You know the gang's involved. All I need now is a pretty little bow.
Damn it. No.
No? No what?
He was white. The shooter. Guy in the Charger. White guy. Damn idiot.
You're saying Scott Leonard was the shooter?
Yeah. I saw him there about an hour before. Nice car. He was in our lot like 4 times this week. He'd just drink in the parking lot and sit there for hours. I told him to leave once. He flashed a gun at me. Thought he was there to buy drugs or something.
Oh, yeah? What was he drinking? What did the car look like?
The real cheap stuff. Mad Scotsman. The car was black with a big blue stripe. Charger, I think.
I hate to say it, but he's making a positive ID here.
And would finally prove what Henry's been telling us about where he heard the shots.
Oh, why did he have to be white?
You were supposed to protect people, you sad, sick piece of trash. Now a mother is dead and her kid is an orphan because you were too busy trying to start your race war.
It's coming whether you want it or not.
Go to hell.
Everything's starting to make sense.
Really? I was thinking just the opposite.
Either way, we gotta check out Scott Leonard. Mr. Scott Leonard?
Yeah?
I'm Detective Benson. This is Detective Curtis. We've got a warrant to search your garage.
You cops?
Perceptive.
What are we drinking today, Mr. Leonard?
Mad Scotsman. That's funny, because I'm a mad Scot, man.
Today's a work day. Where are your people?
Laid them all off 2 years ago. Can't afford them. Economy.
Right, well, this shouldn't take long. Keep an eye out for the 9mm.
It'd be nice to find something that would go to motive, too.
Lenny Briscoe used to grab newspaper clippings, old photos, letters, and whatever else he could find. Sometimes it helped the DA establish motive in court.
Thanks. Good tip.
No. I don't want that. No.
Leo and Nina, our first anniversary.
Oh, he did say somebody about, or said something about Nina. What do they want?
April 12th, 2010. Still no suspects in carjacking murder of Alphabet City woman. Woman's name is Nina Juarez. Nina!
Oh. Okay, not that.
A box of ammo. Looks like it's for a 9mm. We can compare these to the casings we found at the scene.
Okay, now he wants something else. What else do you want? Why do you have to put a question mark on it? Anything of this? Nope. Maybe anything of this? Nope. The car? No. I'm going to try to, but as you see, there's nothing that you can find. And you can only go so far. Like, we can't get into here.
Nine millimeter. 3 rounds missing from the clip. I think we got enough here.
Try again. It's 'cause we have a
Mr. Scott
-3
Leonard?
Yeah?
on
I'm
that, so Pokemon in chat.
Detective Benson. This is
Let's
Detective
go.
Curtis. We've got a warrant to search your garage.
You cops?
Perceptive.
What are we drinking today, Mr. Leonard?
Mad Scotsman. That's funny, because I'm a mad Scot, man.
Today's a work day. Where are your people?
Laid them all off 2 years ago. Can't afford them. Economy.
Right, well, this shouldn't take long. Keep an eye out for the 9mm.
It'd be nice to find something that would go to motive, too.
Lenny Briscoe used to grab newspaper clippings, old photos, letters, and whatever else he could find. Sometimes it helped the DA establish motive in court.
Thanks. Good tip.
Okay, so we found the photo here.
Leo and Nina. Our first anniversary.
I mean, come on, if someone killed your person and
A box of ammo. Looks like it's for a
Still
9mm.
not.
We can compare these to the casings we found at the scene.
got in trouble or anything, you go a little crazy too and start drinking. Just saying.
April 12th, 2010. Still no suspects in carjacking murder of Alphabet City woman. Woman's name is Nina Juarez. Nina! Nine millimeter. 3 rounds missing from the clip. I think we got enough here. Mr. Leonard, I've been through the garage, and I gotta say, I got more questions.
Great.
I don't think you want to go straight to the topic.
Who's Nina?
I don't know who you're talking about.
Strange, because I found a picture of you and her together. You look quite cozy.
Probably just someone from church. Sometimes these single ladies get cozy at the mixers. I can't remember their names.
Leo and Nina. 1-year anniversary.
Oh, okay. Nina was a girlfriend of mine. We was even engaged. So what?
So that's twice you lied to us about knowing her. Kinda makes me wonder what else you're lying about.
Everything. Let's just say that.
Where's Nina now?
We broke up. She moved somewhere down south. I got a postcard from her around here somewhere.
Nope. You are not looking so good, you dipshit.
We know she was killed in a carjacking. We know that's why you're hurting.
The Charger was her car. I bought it for her, but it was hers. She was just stopped at a red light when it happened. Those animals, those bangers, they killed her. Sims and his crew. Nina was everything to me. You don't know what it's like to find love so late in life. You grip it strong with both hands. But she
Black
just
Charger with
disappeared.
blue stripe.
If you did something in that parking lot...
No, it wasn't me shot that poor woman. I ain't never shot a gun before in my life, I swear.
Nope. Because they never said anything about us shooting a woman.
The clip in your gun is missing 3 rounds.
I'm missing 3
I'm betting
rounds.
we find them in Shar Jackson's body. We found a gun in the garage. A 9mm. Yours?
A gun? No way. I got 2-3 people working for me out in my garage. Could belong to any one of them.
You're lying, you fucking moron. He's like the worst guy. He's like the worst fucking liar.
That's funny. I remember you saying you laid them off 2 years ago.
Oh, yeah, it's mine. I need it for protection. Gangbangers always trying to bust into my shop.
Scott Leonard, you're
Put him
under
under
arrest
arrest.
for the murder of Shar Jackson. Anything you do or say can and will be used against you.
Like, quit asking fucking questions. Just put him under arrest.
I don't know if the boy's up to this. Are you sure this is going to hold up in court?
Me and Curtis looked into it. The Neurological Center at Columbia did a study where they confirmed that kids like Henry, who are blind since birth, are twice as likely to hear better than people who can see.
It's not just what he heard. He was very specific about where he heard it coming from.
The same study shows that blind people were much better at being able to pinpoint the specific location of a sound they heard. It's like the part of the brain reserved for sight gets put to work on this other stuff, including hearing.
Yep.
But shouldn't we use a real lineup for this?
This is better. Our tech guy recorded these samples taking into account the acoustics of the parking lot and the approximate distance the shooter was from the boy.
Okay, but if this comes back to bite us...
All right, Henry. I just want you to listen to these recordings and tell me which one is the voice you heard.
Okay, detective.
Great. I don't
Nina.
remember.
Nina.
Nina.
Nina!
I think it's number 4.
Nina!
Fuck me. Seriously? I heard him screaming, but I don't think he's the...
Nina.
No.
Nina.
No.
Nina.
No.
Nina!
Okay. I was right the first time.
That's the guy.
Good job. I think we got him. Thank you, Henry. You really did your mama proud.
I tried extra hard. You know, for her. I know you was worried I couldn't.
I didn't mean for you to hear that.
It's all right. She said ain't everybody in this world always gonna give me a fair chance. Are you gonna catch the guy who killed her?
I don't need to catch him. You just did. Why can't we work out a deal here? Is Scott Leonard really a murderer?
You can't have gray hair.
He became one when he
When you
killed
were
Shar
little.
Jackson. I want murder too. Maximum sentence. Make an example.
Well,
Yep.
we got the gun.
He says it was self-defense. The gang fight put him in fear of his life.
Plus, we got the kid's testimony, and he ID'd Scott Leonard's voice.
Ugh, not so fast. Judge just granted the defense motion to suppress the auditory lineup.
On what grounds?
Unreliable evidence. Without the lineup, we can't introduce Nina. And without Nina, we don't have a revenge angle.
Talk to the detectives again. We need to shore up our case.
So, who else we got?
A racist security guard and a gangbanger.
Great. Well, of the two evils, who would you put on the stand?
I hate to say it, but probably the security guard.
Really?
Yeah, you put Tarvarius Sims on the stand and the jury is only going to see his color. The defense will introduce his criminal record and they'll play the race card and say he doesn't like Scott Leonard because he's white.
Detective Curtis, I'm impressed at your grasp of sleazy courtroom ethics.
This ain't my first rodeo.
Mr. Zemsta, tell us about what you saw on the day of the shooting.
Just another day in the asphalt jungle, Mr. Cutter. Huh. You know how it is. I'm trying to keep order, and I got a bunch of bangers outside in the parking lot aiming to shoot each other up.
So you saw two rival gangs squaring off. Did you recognize anyone?
No, not anyone in particular. All them bangers look the same to me.
Lying
You
sack
didn't
of
know
shit.
anyone in the gangs?
No.
Yes, he did. These fucking
Mr.
guys.
Zemsta, you told police you recognized Tarvarius Sims.
Oh yeah, right. I guess I did.
The hell? Why didn't Cutter coach this kid? We need a little polish here.
This might be the polish.
Oh, gotta polish the turd, I guess.
Other than the gangs,
Can't
can
really
you
polish
remember
shit,
anyone
though.
else?
Kid, his mom. Tragedy. Real tragedy.
Kid, his mom. Does he leave his son out? I think so. Yes. Told the police he saw a local guy named Mad Scott. Told the police he saw Leonard.
Anyone else?
Your Honor, please. If Mr. Cutter digs any deeper, he's gonna need a pickaxe. This is clearly leading.
Last chance, Mr. Cutter.
You sure you didn't see anyone you can remember?
Not really.
You fucking liar.
Your Honor, permission to treat witness as hostile.
Permission granted, Mr. Cutter. Hope you know what you're doing.
Mr. Zemsta, you will now answer my questions with a simple yes or no, and you will answer them truthfully, or the DA's office will charge you with obstruction and perjury. Is that crystal clear?
Yes.
Fucking idiot.
On the day of the shooting, did you see the defendant on the premises of your shop?
Yes.
How long was he there for?
I think an hour.
Maybe? Yeah. Maybe the receipt? Oh, fuck, nope. That ain't it.
Did you recognize the model of the car he drove?
Yes, it was a Challenger.
A Challenger? That was a Charger. You are a lying sack of shit.
You told police it was a Charger. Are you changing your testimony?
No, I mean a Charger. I just forgot. I'm nervous.
And finally, did you see him speed away from the scene of the crime?
Yes.
About fucking time you tell the truth.
Thank you.
Your witness, Mr. Antonio.
Mr. Zemsta, are you a racist?
Do I want to object? I want to object. Do I want to object? Yeah, because...
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance?
Mr. Zemsta's racial beliefs may affect his testimony against my client.
Your client is white. You're gonna have to do better than that.
Right?
Objection sustained.
Mr. Zemsta, did you see Scott shoot the victim?
No.
Why? Were you doing something else?
Yes.
What?
Hiding.
Where?
In the alley.
So you didn't see the actual shooting?
No.
Because you were hiding in the alley?
Yes.
What kind of cowardly security guard are you? Hiding in the alley?
The one that doesn't tell the fucking truth.
Objection! Defense is badgering the witness.
Sustained. Watch it, Mr. Antonio.
You have an alcohol problem, don't you?
What? No.
It's a known fact that you drank on the job. You told the police as much.
I guess.
So it's safe to say you were probably drunk that day.
Objection! Speculation. Defense is taking this one too far.
Sustained.
Regardless, your status as an eyewitness leaves much to be desired. Withdrawn. No further
I
questions.
just watched a lot of it.
Your Honor, redirect.
Go ahead, Mr. Cutter.
Mr. Zemsta, had you in fact seen Mr. Leonard parked in the lot for several months prior to the shooting? And did you see him that day only minutes before?
No. No, that's not right, Mr. Cutter.
You lie so much. No, he told the truth that time.
It wasn't several months prior. It was only a couple of days, Mr.
Oh, that's
Cutter.
right.
And he was in his car for like an hour before the shooting started.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ouch.
Yeah, but I could play that scene again so we can get some more answers. So,
Your Honor, redirect.
Go ahead, Mr. Cutter.
Mr. Zemsta, had you in fact seen Mr. Leonard parked in the lot for several months prior to the shooting? And did you see him that day only minutes before?
No. No, that's not right, Mr. Cutter. It wasn't several months prior. It was only a couple of days, Mr. Cutter. And he was in his car for like an hour before the shooting started.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ouch.
I don't know what that was about. That ouch.
I know, Jack. I know. But without the boy, we got no other options.
Then get the boy's testimony back in.
Defense suppressed the audio lineup.
Then unsuppress it.
Well, Mr. Cutter, Miss Carmichael, why don't you tell us what's on your mind?
Your Honor, the people's case is being hampered by the exclusion of Henry Jackson's testimony. He was an eyewitness, an ear witness, in fact, to this murder.
Your Honor, this idea is based on voodoo science and old wives' tales.
It's based on hard science, Your Honor. Save the rhetoric for the trial. I've read your briefs. Let's hear your arguments. Let's examine Henry's enhanced auditory ability.
Your Honor, enhanced auditory perception on behalf of the blind is based on anecdotes and assumption. No studies have confirmed this ability.
Yeah. I think it was that one. Yep.
Your Honor, no less an authority than the Neurological Center at Columbia University has confirmed it.
Yes, I saw the data. It is impressive.
A similar study conducted on men and women rendered blind as teenagers found almost no difference in auditory perception between them and test subjects who can see. The blind can't hear any better than the rest of us.
I guess I can. Oh, fuck. Missed that one.
Your Honor,
Was
the
the
study
birth
Mr.
one.
Antonio cites is flawed.
Hello.
Columbia researchers found enhanced auditory perception in people blind since birth, exactly like Henry Jackson.
Listening to a bunch of computerized sound files on a laptop is not the same thing as hearing my client in person. It was probably a terrible quality file. There was no consideration for the actual location. Who knows what Henry heard?
Can you prove him wrong? Yes. Maybe that one? Oh, yep. I was right.
Your Honor, A police technician will testify that great care went into the preparation of those audio files. They were adjusted to take into account the acoustics of the parking lot and the distance of the speaker from Henry Jackson. The sound files presented were very authentic. You're welcome to review them yourself, Your Honor.
All right, I've heard enough. You did your homework, Miss Carmichael. The court is satisfied that the audio lineup serves as reliable evidence.
Hello.
Henry Jackson is back in.
Oh, ha ha. Fucking idiots.
Hey, Henry.
Olivia!
You recognize me?
Sure, I'd know your voice anywhere.
You know, you don't have to do this if you don't want to, Henry.
I want to.
Hi, Henry.
Abby's nice, but that other lawyer doesn't want people to believe your story. He may be kind of mean to you.
I'm not scared of no lawyer.
Ready?
Good luck, Henry. I'll be watching.
Henry, can you tell us what happened when you got to the parking lot?
I heard some boys yelling, fighting. Mama, she tried to get us into the store, but then the shooting started.
So, at some point, your mother said, no, there's no call for that. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Who was she talking to, in your opinion?
Mr. Leonard.
Maybe, yeah. I think he said something the boy heard. Oh my gosh. That was like the beginning. What the fuck? Yep, it was the first one. I fucking knew it.
Before the shooting, tell us what you heard, Henry.
I heard a car door open. The keys were still in the, what do you call it? Ignition.
I think it's a 1968? Nope, fuck. I don't know my cars. So.
Could you recognize what type of car it was?
Yeah, it was a Dodge Charger, 2011.
2011. Okay. Okay, but does he know for sure? I don't think so, but no. Nope, fucking missed that too.
Miss Carmichael, you're wasting the court's time. Get your facts and evidence together and present your case again.
Yeah, shut up.
Henry, can you tell us what happened when you got to the parking lot?
I heard some boys yelling, fighting. Mama, she tried to get us into the store, but then the shooting started.
All right, let's do this.
So, at some point, your mother said, no, there's no call for that. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Who was she talking to, in your opinion?
Mr. Leonard.
Yes. But it wasn't that one. Maybe the car door. Trying to think. Okay, so yeah, it was a door chime.
You know this how?
He must have got out of the car after the shouting started because I heard that door chime to his charger. Then my mama yelled at him. Then I heard him shoot.
Before the shooting, tell us what you heard, Henry.
I heard a car door open. The keys were still in the, what do you call it? Ignition.
I just need to write down my
Could you
notes.
recognize what type of car it was?
Yeah, it was a Dodge Charger, 2011.
Because he did say he was helping his friend
So,
fix a car.
Mr. Leonard said Nina. Did he say anything else?
No. No, he didn't.
No warnings to the gang. No shouting like he was trying to defend himself.
Just that word. Nina. That's it. I'll never forget his voice.
People's Exhibit G, an audio lineup conducted under strict conditions where Henry Jackson identifies Scott Leonard's voice as the one he heard when his mother was shot. Thank you, Henry.
Henry, let me first say that I'm terribly sorry for your loss. Henry, you've been completely blind since birth, correct?
That's right.
So you can't see at all.
Objection! Asked and answered. Sustained.
My apologies. Were you scared, Henry?
Yeah.
What about your mother? Was she scared?
I don't know if I want to object to this or...
Yeah, she didn't want me to know, but I could tell because of how her voice changed.
Why were you scared, Henry?
Because of the gangbangers. They're always fighting, shooting each other.
Of course. I'd be scared too. Now, if you were scared and your mother was scared, wouldn't it stand to reason that Scott would be scared too?
Objection, Your Honor. This is pure speculation, Your Honor. Sustained.
Withdrawn. Henry, you testified that your mother pleaded, saying, "No, no, there's no call for that." How can you be so sure she was talking to Scott?
She said it to him after he got out of the Charger. She was looking at him when she said it.
Looking at him? How do you... Couldn't she have been looking at the gang members, or looking towards the store? She was trying to drag you inside for your own protection.
I suppose, but that's not what happened.
Is it possible she saw Scott draw his gun in self-defense and misunderstood what was happening?
I don't know, mister.
Is it possible your mother, fearing for your safety, thought Scott meant you harm, when in fact all he wanted was to defend himself against those gang members?
I'm sure what I heard. That's not how it happened.
How can you be so sure? The fact is, we'll never know what she was thinking those last few moments of her life.
Yeah, because Mr. Leonard killed her.
Scott was trying to save her life. He might very well have saved yours.
Objection, Your Honor. Defense is badgering the witness. Sustained.
Withdrawn. No further questions, Your Honor.
Oh,
and
I was
Mr.
going
Jackson, again, sorry for your loss.
Yeah, sorry for his loss. If you were sorry, you would have been a dick.
Well, Mike, I'm here to deal, but the price has gone up.
Shocking. What's the offer?
3 years of probation and community service in return for a guilty plea to charges of reckless homicide, and you drop the felony gun charges.
Oh, how about we give him a medal, too?
Right? Fuck that. 10 years, 10 years, 10 years, maximum security, blah, 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 blah. Felony gun charge only. Hell no. Reckless homicide, reckless homicide. Ooh, I don't know. I'm doing pretty good. I mean, I could go through and see what the juror does, but I think 10 years is way too fucking low. But you don't want to put the kid through any more shit. I'm gonna give you no felony gun charge only. You can kiss my ass on that one. I think he deserves to be in longer. I know he's grieving too, but he had no right shooting that gun. You know what? I'm gonna do 10 years, but maximum
Reckless
security.
homicide, he serves 10 years, eligible for parole in 5.
Done. I'll draw up the paperwork.
Well, that was
The
some
people
bullshit.
accept Scott's plea, Your Honor.
Then I would like to thank the ladies and gentlemen of the jury for their service.
Mike, what is it? You wanted to convict?
I'm just not sure what to tell him. Hey, sorry, kid? This is all the justice we could get for your mom?
That man going free?
Not exactly. But it's complicated, Henry.
Oh, I feel
Mama
bad for
always
that
said
kid.
turn the other cheek.
She was a good woman, Henry. She wouldn't want you to grow up with anger in your heart.
She'd want me to forgive Mr. Leonard like Jesus does. Guess I'll try. Will you come see me at my new house?
I'll try and visit you, Henry, but we gotta get you settled in with your cousins. You need family right now.
Thanks, Olivia, for being nice and stuff.
No problem. Good luck, Henry.
Bye, Olivia.
Thanks for seeing us, Mrs. Vincenzo. We really need to talk to your husband, Frank.
You missed him by 2 weeks. You guys want some dinner? I'm making meatballs.
He left town?
He left the planet. Dead, my Frankie.
Sorry to hear that.
What's this about? One of Frankie's jobs finally catch up with him?
Did Frank ever own a gun?
Sure, in his line of work, a bunch. Listen, I know you guys know what kind of fella he was, and I definitely did, so let's not pussyfoot. He's gone. You can't get him now. What do you want to know?
Was Frank involved in a murder around 98? 2 kids in the park, both shot, one died.
Yeah, he might have mentioned that.
He did it for money?
Yeah, only that one he never got paid. Had a falling out with the client.
Who?
Sorry, that's all I know. Frankie never told me names.
So, it was a hit.
But no payout.
So maybe he got screwed.
Or maybe he screwed up.
At any rate, next question is...
Who paid to have Harrison Bedford killed?
Bingo.
Well, fuck. I'd have redone that, because I honestly think that guy should have got a hell of a lot more time than what he got. And I probably didn't have to do an offer because my ass was winning in court. So... I have a lot of notes. Oh, you like it? Yeah. Well, they don't do these games anymore. That's what sucks. I got this in like 2014, 2015. I just came around it yesterday. And so I was trying to find more and they don't do them. They went out of business. Tell us something. Which sucks, but I mean, it goes to show you revenge isn't for you. You shouldn't do revenge because you'll get some, you know, somebody might be in your crosshairs, but you might get somebody else, and then you just screwed up a life. So but you have to take a lot of notes. It wasn't just that case I've done. See, I've done this one. This one was for that one. Then I've done this one. I have notes for here. Like, you have to take notes because if you don't take notes, oh my god. And like, we played, see, we got 2 stars on that one. So I think we could do better than 2 stars. So I've noticed people seem to like this kind of game. Right? So we might go over the games again to maybe get 3 stars. See if we could do better. So we got 2 stars there. We got 2.5 here. We got 2 stars here. We got 3.5 here. I don't know if I'll do that one. That one was a kid. I might have to though for 3 stars. And then 2 stars here. And then we have another one called Side Effects. And another one called Resolution. And then that's it. We only have 2 more and that's it. So we can replay them to get better stars. But yeah, that's it. Until I figure out, like, where I could go get the other games. So fucking cute. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna try to find out if there's any more games like this. Just because everybody absolutely loves them, as far as I see. Like I said, this channel is not going to be all about craziness all the time anymore. The viewers and I were talking, and we came up with some things. So I need to find my paper. Here we go. We came up with, like, we need some chill games for, like, days for chill. So we did Chill Thursday, so tomorrow's chill. No, not in this one. He might be in some other ones that I'm like I said, I'm gonna try to look up, see if I can find some more. So tomorrow's Thursday, so tomorrow will be a chill game. Wednesdays, we're gonna come up with a day and time of once a month where we do funny clips, horror clips, you know, clips that we can do that are stream friendly. Tuesdays is like solving puzzles, or in this case, murder cases. We might even just do murder cases and find out if there's any other than just Law and Order of murder cases. And then Mondays could be like Dead by Daylight, Texas Chainsaw, Fortnite, just, you know, things like that. Because Friday is Crazy Friday. Crazy Friday is where I play Lethal Company. There's Dixper crates. There's crowd control. Plus all of it, all of what I have of my mods, which is Brutal Company, which has a bunch of crazy shit in it. So we're gonna keep it as Crazy Friday. But like I said, not have it always crazy throughout the week. I am talking to people on Twitch, and we are probably, I don't know if I'm going to stream it or what's going on there, but we are doing streaming with friends, and we're trying to get us creators to get more viewers and talk to more viewers, along with the viewers coming to the creators, and just, mingle and mash together and stuff like that. So that's pretty interesting, and that's fun. Like I said, this year I'm kind of doing something different. I also have on Twitch only because it's the points. There is 50,000 I think you guys have to raise for channel points, and if you raise it, I have to take a spoonful of lemon juice. So we're going to come up with some creative things that is pretty reasonable to do on channel points, and what channel points I have to get to for you guys. On top of scaring the shit out of me like that, because why not? Hello, Propi. Um, so that's what we're doing. Like I said, Friday is where it's Dicks for Crates. Dicks for Crates is uh, where you scare me because it's the early grave. Plus my crowd control. Just we want things to be crazy Friday so we can have a fun crazy Friday to go into the weekend. Fridays I stream about 1, 2 o'clock Eastern time, so my time, until about 8 or 9 my time. So it's kind of during the day to night time. Um, and just all kinds of other little tidbits we're coming up with for the stream. So it is not the same thing, and it's going to be fun. So just keep coming in, keep seeing what's going on. There is also a Pokemon in chat, so we play Pokemon. It is free. It's just you put Pokemon and you go and sign up and stuff, and you do get coins when you play and stuff like that to get more Pokeballs. Yes, absolutely. I enjoy doing the murder cases and the law and order stuff. That's why I said we're coming up with ideas. And if I feel like I'm going to sleep through it, or if I feel like it's not going to be fun, or I'm not going to like it, I'm not going to do it. I'm not one of these that are going to be like, oh yeah, I'm going to do it, no problem, and sit here and be bored or not even want to play it much because I don't like it. I'm very upfront and forward of what I want and what I don't want. So you won't have to worry about that. Um, like I usually talk with the Law and Order. The viewers are allowed to put their 2 cents into while I'm playing, of you know helping me go through the content of, yeah, it was this and no, it wasn't that, or object or no object or whatever. And what do you think? Was it badgering? Was it asked and answered? Was it leading? Stuff like that. So I do like playing with my viewers too. That's why with Lethal Company, if you guys have it or anything, let me know. I do have a Discord. I'm still getting my Discord put together too. But let me know if there's any games that you guys have. Chill games that we have so far, as in like just more talk to the chat and game, but don't have to really pay attention to the game a ton, is Pal World, which is that new one. It is actually a really fun game. Not too fun to play by yourself, but it's still fun. And Dead, what is it? 7 Days to Die. That is building things and stuff. Minecraft on with zombies, but on steroids, is what I could say. The best description I could say for 7 Days to Die. I'm going to put my server back on and get that all taken care of. So I'm still going to look for some more puzzle games for Tuesdays and stuff. And we might even like switch it up. You know, it might be a week where, or week or two where it's just this is the schedule, and then the next week it's going to be switched up. So it's not the same thing over and over and over. But I think we're going to stay with Crazy Friday. So Crazy Friday could be the Lethal Company, it could be Demonologist, it could be anything. That one I have looked into. That one doesn't seem too interesting to me because I don't like PvPing. That's the only thing. That's the only thing I don't do is PvP. I like killing zombies, killing creatures and stuff like that. But doing PvP, no, that's not for me. That's why I still have my computer as best as I have it. I have been through, like I said, between 6 to 8 mice because I've been jump scared and thrown the mice everywhere. And my keyboard, I think this is going to be, hopefully, I can get this taken care of. If not, this is going to be like my 5th one, I think. So I would lose my computer. With PvPing, I would probably throw my computer out the door. But yeah, and I'm trying to get my like I said, I'm trying to get a lot of stuff together, trying to get my merchandise together, um, trying to get probably do some art um with my shakes and stuff. I can't do a ton of stuff, but I've learned how to do like stenciling and stuff like that. So that's actually quite fun. Um, as you guys see, there's new uh what are they? New emotes that I did. So those are fun. Those are what I did. I had a blast doing those. Um, so yeah, just coming up with some ideas. I see a lot of people doing Bean Boozle again. My stomach is so sensitive that even when I was reading some of the Bean Boozle, I almost threw up. So I know I won't be able to eat them at all, or stream would be done. I do have it to, which I'm trying to figure out what else I'm going to do, but I do have it. If I get 100 screams, if people make me scream 100 times, I do take an extreme sour warhead. Because stuff to me is holy crap. I've done it a couple of times and oh. And I have the colors that I let people pick out too. I think so far I've done yellow and pink. What about Vermint? What is that? Let me look it up. Is it on Steam? There is some games I have tried and no, I do not like. Mm, I don't I don't think this is a game I'd be too much into. Looks like I would fall asleep more than anything. You love watching Americans eat. I know there could be murder cases out there. Because it can't be just Law and Order. And it'd be cool to like do like certain murder cases and stuff and look around and but like I said, I'm also going to look into see if I can find any more Law and Order ones too. And then just go back to what we were doing and try to get the 3 stars. I think trying to get 3 stars is a good idea. I just need to have a lot of notes. And I don't want a game that has just one for murder case. I want a game to have like I said, like how Law and Order has, where you do one murder case, the other, the other, the other. Not one that drags it on forever either. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But I wish everybody a great night. Hopefully, you stay warm, safe, and healthy. Thank you for all the support you give me from lurking to mana to elixirs to everything. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for playing Pokemon. Thank you for everything. And I'll see you guys tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Mwah, mwah. See you then. I'm going to try and sleep again. Thanks for the stream. You're welcome. You're welcome. Have a good night. Sleep tight.